Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the late start. Welcome to day 5 of our public hearing on the governor's proposed supplemental budget. We are here this afternoon meeting with our colleagues from the Veterans Legal Affairs Committee to hear the parts of the budget that are under the jurisdiction of that committee. Before we get started, I'd like to do a quick round of introductions, starting to my right with Senator Rennie.
Good afternoon. I'm Cameron Rennie. I represent Senate District 13, which is most of Lincoln County in the towns of Washington and Windsor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senator Sue Bernard, and I represent the 37 communities of northern Aroostook County.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Ducharme. I represent House District 71, which is Madison, Norridge, and Cornville.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 48, including the 6 coastal towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Decca Dalag. I represent House District 120, which is part of South Portland.
Hello, my name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 115, which is part of Portland.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Bly. I represent House District 138, which is Cornish, Leamington, and part of Hollis and Buxton.
Good afternoon. My name's Amy Arata, and I represent House District 104, which includes New Gloucester and part of Gray.
Good afternoon. My name is Umbreen Rana. I represent House District 21, Bangor.
And I'm Drew Gattine. I represent parts of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook in the main house. Senator Hickman, you want to kick off introductions of your committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll begin with, on my right, with Representative Terry.
Good afternoon. I represent Parnell Terry, District 108 in Gorham.
Quentin Chapman, District 88, Auburn, and what was known as Danville.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jill Dewson. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of Portland and part of Westbrook.
Good afternoon. My name is David Boyer. I represent District 87, the individuals of Poland and Mechanic Falls. Thank you.
Representative Sean Faircloth, District 24.
Jeff Timberlake, 17.
And I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 12 towns in southern Kennebec County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So again, appreciate the fact that people have been waiting for a while. So we're going to get right into it. So the way we're going to proceed is we're going to hear testimony from a number of different agencies and entities today, beginning with Commissioner Clark from DAFS. So Commissioner Clark is going to present the parts of this budget that are that pertain to her department, and then we'll hear from the public on that section, and then we'll go to the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management, the Department of Public Safety, and the Department of the Secretary of State. So Commissioner Clark, you want to come on up and present your piece?
Good afternoon, Representative Gattine and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Hickman, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Elaine Clark, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of certain items in LD 2212, the Governor's proposed fiscal year 26-27 supplemental budget bill. This is the final budget proposal from this administration. The proposal delivers financial relief to Maine people, preserves programs lawmakers and Maine people support, and addresses some emergent issues, including impacts of new federal legislation. Governor Mills' guiding belief has always been that our strongest asset is the people of Maine, and that's why this budget, like those in the past, seeks to invest in and support them. We look forward to working with the legislature in the coming weeks to enact a balanced budget that supports Maine people and protects the fiscal health of our state. I'm here today in support of those items on today's agenda relating to the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, specifically the 2 requests in the Office of Cannabis Policy. Our proposal includes an allotment adjustment as the result of the state's Independent Revenue Forecasting Committee forecast dated December 1, 2025. Our department's RFC adjustments are summarized at the end of this testimony as Appendix A. While we won't read the specifics, we've included the Blippi and justification in this testimony on the relevant page in italics for your reference. The first initiative is the alignment with the December 1, 2025 Revenue Forecast Committee projections. The second initiative continues a limited period position previously established in Public Law 2023, Chapter 683. This position was originally created within DAFS as a 2-year position through July 2026. The supplemental proposes extending this position along with a limited period position from the same chapter in the Department of Labor through June 2028. The intent of the cannabis business advocate is to provide adult use cannabis licensees and medical cannabis registrants with an avenue to seek assistance navigating the regulatory environment and resolving issues within the Office of Cannabis Policy. The position is modeled after the taxpayer advocate and experience officer and is independent of the OCP. Although we experienced some delays, the job description is now finalized, and the next step is posting, which we will do as soon as the extension is approved. DOL will testify to the specifics of their position in the Labor Committee. Although on the Labor Committee schedule, I will mention Part TTT on page 111 of the language document. This language extends the authorization of the state controller, as originally granted in Chapter 683, to move the funds from this fund to the Department of Labor for the cost of their limited period apprenticeship navigator position through June 18th, 2028. This concludes my testimony. I'll be happy to answer any questions the committees may have. Thank you.
So I'm now going to open up to the committee for any clarifying questions or any information requests for the work session. Representative Deschamps.
Wouldn't be a public hearing if I didn't ask a question. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. Historically, as we've gone through these a number of times, as I've gone through these a number of times, historically, the funding to align allocations with projected expenditures is historically been positive because our revenues have been increasing and so forth. I guess I'm just wondering, as I look at the first initiative, where the alignment allocation is negative, both in the 25 fiscal year as well as the 26 fiscal year. If that signals to us a reduction in revenues from the cannabis piece?
What it signals is the fact that the statutes were changed from a 12% to a 9% from 12% to 9%. The change to 9%, and I cited the statutes, and there were 3 statutes involved that I'm not going to bore you with, but the transfers were reduced in order to generate the amount of money to support the positions that were authorized in the statute, and those were estimated at about $5 million. If the transfer amount had stayed at 12%, it would have generated more than $5 million, which is the reason for the reduction.
Any other questions for the commissioner? Go ahead, Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not sure if this is more appropriate for today or the work session, but with OCP and DAF's budget, how many employees are dedicated to combating the illegal cultivation of cannabis, the illegal grows?
I will have to get that for you at work session.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here who is here to testify on this portion of the budget, the 2 initiatives that the Commissioner just testified about? Okay, I don't see any. Michelle Lenahan. Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Nice to see everybody. Good afternoon, Representative Gatine and honorable members of the Joint on the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. Good afternoon as well to Senator Hickman and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Michelle Lenahan. I am the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management. And I'm pleased to be here today to testify in support of the supplemental budget bill LD 2212 in lieu of Major General Dunn, who sends her regrets. The Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management, which I'll refer to as DVEM, is responsible for all military, veterans, and emergency management related operations within the state of Maine. In addition to our federal mission, our soldiers and airmen are immediately available to respond to the governor and citizens of Maine in times of crisis. The Maine Bureau of Veterans Services provides numerous support services to Maine's more than 102,000 veterans and manages 4 Maine veterans memorial cemeteries across the state. Additionally, the Maine Emergency Management Agency is charged with disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery within the state of Maine. So today, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present our department budget proposals. I will address the military training operations, veteran services, and veterans homelessness prevention partnership fund programs in the order listed in the public hearing testimony agenda. The administration Maine Emergency Management Agency program will have their own budget testimony tomorrow. So thank you in advance for welcoming my colleague, Joe Legge. They'll do that in conjunction with the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. So today, DVEM has 20 initiatives and 1 unallocated language, which will adjust the current funding. Italics in the testimony that you have before you indicate additional details that are for your information, but I will skip over in this hearing. DVEM's Part A budget can be found on pages A-22 to A-25. I will begin with military training operations 0108, which is specifically found on pages A-22 to A-24. The general fund budget properly funds the required state share for the Master Cooperative Agreement between the National Guard Bureau and the state of Maine. It is for both the Army and the Air National Guard facilities and environmental support. It is also for the support of nearly 3,000 soldiers, airmen, civilian employees, and the sustainment of more than 1.6 million square feet of State Guard facilities and more than 366,000 acres of training land. The 15 budget initiatives on the military training and operations section of the supplemental budget bill support the continued provision of professional, competent, and dedicated service to the citizens of Maine. I'll also note that the net result of these initiatives is a savings of $138,855 in the general fund and an increase of $287,365 in the federal expenditures fund. Several of these initiatives address similar issues, so I'll describe them in groupings for ease. Initiatives 1, 2, 8, 9, and 10, which you can find on pages A22 to A23, transfer and allocate the cost of positions from a 27% general fund, 73% federal expenditures fund share to 100% federal expenditures fund. And this change is in alignment with National Guard regulations regarding positions that support the construction facilities and maintenance office. So all of those positions in these initiatives fall within that one office, which is 100% federal mission. Initiatives 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, and 15, which can be found on pages A23 to A24, transfer and allocate cost of positions from a 27% general fund, 73% federal expenditures fund to a 25% general fund, 75% federal expenditures fund share. And this is in alignment with the state federal building share that these positions support. Skipping ahead to initiative 5, which you can find on page A22, this reallocates the cost from a 100% federal expenditure fund to a 75% federal expenditure fund and 25% general fund share for the approved reorganization of 1 heavy vehicle and equipment technician position, which is reorganizing to a supervisor of grounds and transportation. And this is so that the position can now address state requirements in addition to federal ones. Initiative 13 on page 824 reallocates the position of one building maintenance coordinator from a 47% general fund, 53% federal expenditures fund to a 50% general fund, 50% federal expenditures fund share. And like the other positions, this is in alignment with the building that this person supports. That's a 50-50 share as well. So in addition to the aforementioned transfers and allocations, Initiative 3 on page 822 establishes a biologist 2 position. This is 100% federal expenditures fund, and this is to ensure the development of our Lola Dana training site will meet state and federal natural resource management requirements. Finally, in this section, Initiative 4 on page A22 provides an increase to the federal expenditures fund for an approved position reorganization to meet additional requirements for the department. And this is federally funded. So this is basically a change from a business systems administrator to a business systems administrator 2 positions. Moving on to veterans. Next, the initiatives that I'll address in this section can all be found on page A25. To maintain and amplify vital veteran services, the following initiatives will provide necessary resources and ultimately improve care for our valued veteran community. Initiative 16 addresses increased requirements for one of our state approving agency positions, which supports education opportunities for our veterans and dependents. This position is 100% federally funded. Initiative 17 and 20 address an allocation in the other special revenue fund in the Veteran Services Program, as well as an other special revenue fund in the Homelessness Prevention Partnership Program. So this is basically a technical fix. Initiative 18, which you can find on page A25, includes allotment adjustments that result from the state's Independent Revenue Forecasting Committee forecast. And then finally, Initiative 19 on page 825 is set up to facilitate our ability to administer the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, which is federally funded. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your support. I welcome any questions you have and look forward to diving into these issues in more depth in the working session.
Thank you. Before we open up to questions, Representative Fredette, you want to introduce yourself?
If my light wants to light up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Ken Fredette, House District number 33, the 5 southern towns in Penobscot County.
Thank you. Anybody else
Thank you.
coming? Sorry. Anybody else coming after we started that hasn't? Thank you. Okay. Any questions for the Deputy Commissioner? Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I see Part DD is asking for $76,000 regarding electricity costs for the work session tomorrow. Could you let us know the department's share of net energy billing that is paid? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Linehan, for being here. My question is, going through this budget, we see a lot of federal funds being decreased and a lot of general fund increase. In your testimony, it's the opposite. You're getting a lot more federal funds increased than general fund return back to the state. Has the president given you more funding, or has just the terminology of how you can fund changed? Can you explain why there's an increase in federal funding and not a decrease?
Sure, absolutely. And I'll specifically focus on initiatives 1, 2, 8, 9, and 10, which is where we're adjusting from a 2773 to 100%. That's because all of those positions support the construction facilities and maintenance office, which is 100% federally funded. So it's an interpretation of the regulation rather than higher level guidance. So all of these initiatives are really internal fixes or housekeeping that we're doing. And then for the other one, for the 2773, 2575, that is a result of our percentages are based on what the share is for how much support state versus federal. And so that's a matter of adjustments based on federal use of space versus state, and then also cleaner accounting too. So no higher level guidance there, certainly internal to us, just trying to improve our numbers here.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Nice to see you again.
Likewise.
I just want to make sure, going through this, and I apologize for being a bit tardy, but that there's no language changes proposed in this. It's all funds. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of them are technical fixes or just shifts of the share percentage between the general fund and the federal expenditures fund.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner, at the bottom of page 6, there's an initiative 3, which establishes a biologist 2 position. Is that request for a limited period position or for a permanent position?
Permanent, and that is to support our Lola Dana training site, which is a 5,000 acre site. That's going to require environmental support as we build that out.
Right. But I guess that's what flagged that for me. So at some point after that site is built out, do you anticipate you would still need that position, or do you think the need for that position might go away?
That's my understanding. I can take that for the work session. That's also a 100% federal expenditure funded position as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to the work session.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to testify on this portion of the VLA part of the budget? All right. Oh, Beth?
Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine, Senator Hickman, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee and the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I'm Beth White. I'm the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of the Service Employees International Union. We're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers at the Maine Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management, also known as DVEM, which includes the military firefighters at the Bangor International Airport. So first, we support all of the proposed reclasses, reorganizations, and new positions within these sections of the proposed supplemental budget. And we're also here to ask you to please include funding for LD 1236, an act to address employee retention for state employees who are firefighters at the Bangor International Airport, sponsored by Representative Amy Rader. This long overdue legislation establishes a new special retirement plan for military firefighters employed by DVEM at BIA so that they can retire after 25 years of service, regardless of age. This legislation passed the House and the Senate under the hammer and is currently on the special appropriations table. The work performed by the firefighters at the Bangor International Airport is critical for the safety of everyone who flies in or out of the airport. These firefighters also respond to mutual aid calls in surrounding communities. And at Bangor International Airport, these firefighters are routinely endure exposure to contaminants commonly known as PFAS. I'm not going to try to read the full name of PFAS. I think you all are familiar. I also have included 2 member quotes in my testimony, but I will skip over reading them because I believe the members themselves are here in the crowd to speak to this issue. But I would like to just note that, these firefighters often have shorter retirement periods than other positions due to the physically demanding nature of the job and the increased risk of health issues from their exposure to hazardous materials. And they currently work rotating 24-hour shifts that average about 56 hours a week, where many of the neighboring full-time fire departments are working about 42-hour work weeks, and they are offering the 25-year retirement at any age. So we would ask you to please include funding for LD 1236 in the supplemental budget to ensure that these firefighters who put themselves at great personal risk in service to the people of Maine have the ability to retire after 25 years of service. It's the least we can do for these incredibly brave frontline workers and to help ensure that the state can recruit and retain qualified firefighters at Bangor International Airport for years and decades ahead. And I would just like to note that the fiscal note for this legislation is approximately $522,000 in the first year. That includes the unfunded actuarial liability, and then it's only about $2,500 in the out years. So not too expensive in the terms of the budget. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. White. Good, Representative.
Thank you, Chair. So currently, what is the age of retirement for Bangor International Air Force Base retirement?
Yes, thank you so much for the question and nice to meet you. You are actually my representative. I live on Poland Road in Auburn. So, so right now they can retire after 25 years of service once they reach age 55. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Representative Fredette.
I want to work today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So more of a clarification question, but obviously there was an incident at the airport a month ago. And are these the firefighters that would have responded to that, or?
Yes, they are. That is my understanding, and I'm sure they may be able to speak to that more.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is obviously to the extent that in reading it and I understood that, and I'm a retired member of the Maine Air National Guard, having worked up at the 101st, and I know you folks work with some of those folks over at the Air Wing as well. I wanted to thank you for your service in regards to that.
Thank you, Beth. Are the folks that are here to testify on this also? Okay.
I believe so,
And I imagine
yes.
those are the folks that are signed up. All
Yes.
right.
Thank you so much.
Give me a little bit of time and I can figure everything out.
Perfect.
Did you have a question, Representative? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to read the list of names of people who are here to testify. And if you're here for this section, come on up. And we are, I should have mentioned this before Ms. White came up, we're running a 3-minute clock. I don't start it until you're done introducing yourself. And if you get near the end and I can see you're almost done, I'll probably let you finish up whatever your thoughts are. But we're just trying to give everybody a fair chance to testify. So first name on the list is Jeremiah Jordan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Senate chairs, House chairs, and committee members. My name is Jeremiah Jordan. I'm an assistant fire chief at the Maine Air National Guard Fire Department in Bangor. I'm here on my own personal time to speak in support of funding for LD 1236, an act to address employee retention of state firefighters, state employees who are firefighters at the Bangor International Airport in the supplemental budget. I first became a firefighter at the airport in 2000. Our primary mission was to provide fire protection to civilian and military aircraft on the airfield. We also had a structural firefighting commitment to the Air National Guard base. Additionally, we provided water resupply to the neighboring communities. In 2015, we were provided with a structural firefighting engine, and our call volume doubled with mutual aid responses to Bangor, Herman, Old Town, and other surrounding towns. In 2024, we had 436 responses of different types. The mission at the airport has changed in many ways. Unfortunately, the retirement system hasn't caught up. The 25 years of service and 55-year-old system was enacted in 1998. Since 1998, nearly all surrounding fire departments have decreased their weekly hours and modified their pension systems to 20 years of service at 50% pensions or 25 years of service and 3/4 pensions. The differences make hiring and retaining firefighters at the airport difficult. The state of Maine has adjusted retirement systems for many other high-stress career fields. In 2000, the state police was changed to 25 years of service and zero age restriction with a 50% pension. This was estimated at an annual cost of $872,000. In 2019, fire investigators and sergeants' retirement system was changed to 20 years of service, zero age restriction with a 50% pension at a cost of $1.1 million annually. And then in 2025, LD 579 proposes changing the Maine mental health workers' retirement system to 25 years and zero age with 50% pension at an annual cost of $8.4 million. I believe that each of these stressful career fields deserve pension adjustments, but LD 1236 is estimated to require a one-time funding request to the general fund of $500,000. We're asking for legislators to allow state employees who are firefighters at the airport to retire at 25 years with zero penalty. All expenses, salaries, and benefits are 100% federally funded with zero expense to the state of Maine. to hire firefighters who must have similar retirement plans as the surrounding communities in order to protect the Air National Guard and the International Airport. We ask for your support to prioritize it.
Thank you very much for
Yes,
that
sir.
testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. So currently, right now, you 25 years, but you have to be 55.
Yes, sir.
And is it 50% or 2/3?
It's 50%.
It's
Well, it's 50% and then it's 2% every year after 25. And this bill wouldn't change that. So
Oh, I understand. Yes.
if you started at 30 and did 25 years and you were 55, it'd be 50%. But younger, it adds 2% for each year after.
And so if you worked 50 years, you'd get
100%.
100%. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
And so what's the pool of people that would be eligible for this?
There's 35 full-time firefighters at the airport in Bangor.
And the tail on this in regards to the out years? Do we, in terms of cost, I mean, what do we think the tail is?
Well, it's a one-time cost of 525 million. And I think it was quoted in the last testimony as a really insignificant number for the rest of the time. Because of those expenses are reimbursed by the federal government.
I know Mr. Chair is actually seeking, what did you say?
I think Ms. White said 2,500? 2,500 a year, 2,500 a year.
And maybe just for the work session for the committee, just kind of make sure that that's kind of a real number. It seems like that tail at $2,500 is a pretty small number.
Yeah.
Seems like it maybe should be a larger number, but I'll leave that for the committee to work out.
It's a bill on the table, so maybe the OFPR could provide the committee with the fiscal note. So they can have that from. Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Ryan McGuire.
These two of them are yours.
Oh, let's do different variables. Okay, let's do this first. And he's not here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll go about this later.
Okay, okay.
And this, you want it also?
Yeah, you just give it to them so they can see what the PFAS results are and all that stuff that we do on a daily basis that everybody else has. I have no problem sharing my stuff.
Because we need to make.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do this. This is very- let's do
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. They got me, Ryan McGuire. I got two testimonies here today. I got one for Assistant Chief Patrick Foley as well that is unable to make it because he's at that after action report from the incident a month ago. So, but I'll get busy with me. Good afternoon, senators, chairs, house chairs, committee members. My name is Ryan McGuire. I'm a captain of the Maine Air National Guard Fire Department. So I'm here on my personal time to speak on behalf of Fund and LD 1236 and address the employee retention and state employees who are firefighters at the Bangor International Airport and LD 2212, the supplemental budget. I started my career at the airport in 2013 after leaving my full-time job at Eastern Maine Medical Center as an anesthesia tech, seeking the excitement of being a firefighter. During the application process, I had to compete with a room full of people and for only 2 open positions. During our last hiring, we only had 9 applicants and only 3 people showed up for the interview. My first few years, we do mutual aid in the surrounding communities during with our tanker, but in 2015, we received a structural firefighter engine, and our calls drastically increased. Our mission has changed, but our retirement has not. 25 years and 55 years of age, and our work schedule of 24, 48 hours has not. Yet firefighters in surrounding communities have plans of 20 years of service with 50% pensions and no age requirements, or 25 years of service with 66% pensions. Our retirement plaque hangs in our lobby with 32 names, just 32 names on that plaque. Many members come through the door, but all leave for better work hours or retirement. And to be honest, I'm on the edge to do that as well. Little did I know about the hazards that come with this job, especially here at the Maine National Guard. We would work with AFFF, the aqueous film form and foam. It works amazingly on putting out fires, but little did I know those little bubbles were so harmful with a chemical we're all familiar with now called PFAS or PFAS. The forever chemicals. I have added my blood results so you guys see them all. But not all wasn't in fire suppression, but it was in our turnout gear as well. During our annual physicals, and all of us at the department have drastically high blood PFAS results in the test. And this testimony, and I have my results that I've shared with you all. In this department, I've responded to car accidents, structural fires out in surrounding towns in the city. Just at the airport, we respond to various calls, both on civilian and military aircraft, with fuel spills, assisted medical aircrafts that come in, diverting medical calls on aircrafts, diverting aircrafts from mechanical issues, just to name a few. In the past 6 months, I've responded to 2 separate fatal plane crashes in Bangor International Airport. During the last incident, we were on scene doing our jobs without hesitation in less than 2 minutes. These calls will last with us first responders for a lifetime and beyond in the community. Please work to fund LD 1236 and act to address employee retention and state employees who are firefighters at the Bangor International Airport. Is estimated one-time fee, funding request, general fund of $500,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
And do you want me to read Patrick Foley's as well, or?
So normally,
okay, I don't have
yeah,
to.
but we have it.
You have it.
We have it,
Okay.
and I promise you we will read it. And
Yeah.
we're a little bit behind in our schedule today, which is
He apologized, yeah.
definitely not your fault.
Yeah, he apologized. He couldn't make it
But
because he had that.
thank you very much for bringing that
All right.
on his behalf.
All right.
Thank you. Eric Campbell? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Eric Campbell. I serve as a captain with the Maine International Guard Fire Department. I'm here in my own personal time to request that all members of your committees work to ensure funding for an act to address the employee retention of state employees who are firefighters at Bangor International Airport as part of the governor's proposed supplemental budget, LD 2212. I've been a state of Maine employee for more than 24 years now, beginning my career with the Department of Corrections. Before becoming a state firefighter in 2007, I also retired from the 101st Air Refueling Wing after 22 years of service with the Maine National Guard, including 18 years as a firefighter and 5 overseas deployments. Under the current retirement structure, firefighters must complete 25 years of service and reach the age of 55 to retire without a penalty. LD 1236 would remove the age 55 requirement and allow retirement at 50% after 25 years of service with no minimum age. For someone like me, approaching 25 years, retiring at age 50 would result in a 15% penalty simply for not meeting the age threshold. This penalty forces many firefighters to continue working well past the point with the physical demands of the jobs remain safe or sustainable. Firefighting is a uniquely strenuous work. Years of emergency responses, hands-on training, physical fitness requirements, disrupted sleep and meal cycles, and exposure to toxic environments take a cumulative toll on the body. Our protective gear itself contains PFAS and other forever chemicals, adding another layer of long-term health risk. Many members of the fire department spend their entire careers in the frontline roles, and the physical strain compounds year after year. For those who began their careers around the age of 20, the current system effectively requires them to work 35 years as a frontline firefighting. That level of physical endurance becomes increasingly unrealistic and unsafe as firefighters age. I'm now old enough to be the father of many of the firefighters that we have, and in fact, I am the father to one of them. He works with Captain McGuire. The idea that these firefighters must remain in these roles until the age of 55, regardless of physical wear, is simply not aligned with the realities of the profession. LD 1236 has already passed both the Senate and the House. State firefighters are asking for the parity for the state police and state fire investigators who already have no minimum age requirement. This change would also support retention. We've already lost several firefighters to departments offering better retirement programs, and this bill would help us remain competitive. Cost to the state is minimal, the initial one-time funding charge, while all future funding is fully reimbursed by the federal government under the Master Cooperative Agreement. Again, on behalf of our entire department, I respectfully ask for your support to ensure that LD 1236 moves forward this session and is not carried over. Thank you again for your time and for your continued service to the people of Maine. Any questions?
Thank you for that testimony.
Sure.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you. So are any of you folks, so who's your employer? Is your employer the state of Maine?
Yes.
And are any of your folks also members of the Air National Guard?
Yes.
Are they required to be members of the Air National Guard?
Not anymore. It used to be a job requirement. You had to be a member of the military, either current or retired or separated to get the job. We've recently changed that, so you don't have to be in the military anymore to get the job.
Roughly, what's the mix of military versus non-military?
I'd say we're probably about 50%. Yeah, it's pretty close. Half of my shift are still in the Guard.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the big reasons why we removed the military requirement, was to try to get more applicants. And then we would train them for the requirements that came with the military.
Thank you.
Welcome. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being
Great.
here.
Thank you for your time.
Brian Michaud. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Representative Gattney, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Hickman, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Captain Brandon Michaud. I'm here on my own personal time to speak in support of LD 1236 and act to address employee retention of the state employees who are firefighters at Bangor International Airport as part of LD 2212. I have worked at the Maine International Guard Fire Department since 2012. When I first applied and interviewed to be a military firefighter, there were always 10 plus qualified applicants competing for a single position. Over the past 13 years, I've seen less and less qualified applicants applying. Sometimes we only have one or two qualified people for an opening. We are losing applicants to surrounding communities who work less hours per week and have no age requirement to retire. Firefighting is a dangerous profession with average life expectancy of firefighter being 10 years less than the general population. Due to the nature of our profession, we are exposed to carcinogens, not only from fires, fuel spills, and diesel fumes, but also from firefighting foam and flame retardant personal protective equipment gear that we wear, exposing us to PFAS and PFOAs and other carcinogens. Firefighters have 14% higher death rate than the average American, as well as higher rates of cardiovascular disease, sleeping disorders, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and respiratory illnesses. Not only are we having less applicants, but we have also lost several employees to neighboring departments with better retirement packages. Employees that we have invested a lot of time and resources training. LD 1236 has passed in the House and the Senate. The state police and fire investigators retirement systems have both been changed to add no age restrictions. I urge all committee members to ensure there's funding in LD 2212 to change the retirement plan for us to one with no age restriction for the firefighters Bangor International Airport. Funding LD 1236 will greatly improve recruiting and retention of firefighters and will save taxpayers money in the long run. Funding LD 2236 has a one-time cost approximately $500,000. Our program is 100% funded by federal government, and the state of Maine will incur little to no further costs in the following years. Thank you to the committee for your time, and please support DVEM firefighters at Bangor International Airport by funding LD 1236 as part of LD 2212. And I'm available for any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Captain Michaud. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brendan, for being here today.
Thank you.
So the last couple testimonies that have been spoken about, less and less people are doing the firefighter position. And so the applicants are less and less. And you're trying to ask us to allow retirement to get even sooner. So that's less people within the workforce that will be able to fight fires. My question is, if we decrease the retirement age and there's less people already coming to apply for, you're saying that it by reducing the age will help recruit and retention of firefighters. Can you explain to me why people would get interested in this field if they're not interested in it now, but doing this would now incentivize them to be firefighters?
People are interested in this field. We are losing current applicants that we could have to Bangor, Ellsworth, Brewer, Old Town, Orono, all these other neighboring communities that many only work 42 hours a week and have 50 and sometimes two-thirds retirement system at 20 or 25 years. What would you choose? Would you rather work less hours and get an early retirement, or would you like to come work for us? And
But those like Bangor, the general firefighters at Bangor, do they have on their main PERS retirement, do they have age restrictions as well?
Bangor, Maine Fire Department has no age restriction, and they get a two-third retirement after 20 or 25. I'm not sure if it's 20 or 25 years. 25 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Joseph Baker?
I'm reading this on behalf of one of our firefighters who's not able to make it.
Sure.
So my name is Joseph Baker. I'm the Assistant Chief of Training for the fire department. So I'm just going to reiterate what he just wrote. So good morning, Senators, Representatives, committee members. This is from Mark Anderson. He's a firefighter at the Maine Air National Guard Fire Department in Bangor. He is asking for you to fund the LD 1236, an act to address employee retention of state employees for firefighters at the Bangor International Airport. He first became a firefighter at the airport in 1997. He's responsible for driving aircraft rescue firefighting equipment, responding to both aircraft and structural emergencies. He has 29 years of service as a firefighter. He's had multiple emergencies, concerns that some of the aircraft incidences may have contributed to elevated PFOS and P4 levels. His annual blood tests indicate that they are at 95 percentile for the United States. This issue is not widely understood in the medical community, but firefighters, especially airport firefighters, seem to testify very highly. And if LD 1236 has gone into effect 5 years ago, he could have retired. The National Institute of Health states that the term firefighter and cancer have become intertwined in the past decade, and they are now nearly inseparable. Occupational exposure of firefighters to carcinogen chemicals may increase their risk of developing different types of cancers. PFAS is one of the major classes of carcinogen chemicals that firefighters are exposed to, an occupational hazard. Elevated levels of PFAS have been observed in firefighters' blood serum in recent studies, and possible sources of occupational exposure to PFAS, including turnout gear, AFFF foam, and air and dust, both at the fire scene and at the fire station. Preliminary discussions on PFAS include definition, classification, and chemical structure. The review then followed by identifying the sources of PFAS that firefighters may encounter as an occupational hazard. In 2015, we were provided with structural fire engine, and our fire call volume doubled with mutual aid responses to Bangor, Herman, Old Town, and the surrounding towns. In 2024, we had 436 responses. We also had 121 medical and vehicle accidents, 80 aircraft and fuel spill responses, and 26 building fires. The increase in operational tempo can reduce long-term firefighter health. In my full-time career, I have seen retirees pass too early. This bill may extend time with loved ones for firefighters with high-risk jobs. While LD 1236 may not influence my career, I think it is important to the firefighters' health and the substantial sustainability of the Bangor International Airport. LD 1236, an act to address employee health retention of state employees who are firefighters at the airport are estimated to require a one-time funding request of the general fund of $500,000. We're asking for legislation to allow state employees who are firefighters at the airport to retire after 25 years of service without penalty. All expenses for salary, benefit, and equipment are 100% federally funded with zero expenses to the state of Maine. To hire firefighters, we must have similar retirement plans with area fire departments to continue to provide high-quality fire protection to the Maine Air National Guard and the Bangor International Airport. We ask that you support the DVM firefighters at the Bangor International Airport by passing out funding LD 1236 and in LD 2.212. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last person who's on the sign-up sheet for this is Nicole. I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'll let you tell me what it is.
It's just Luke.
Loop? Nicole Loop.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and committee members. We appreciate you taking the time to hear and/or read our testimonies. My name is Nicole Loop, and I am testifying on my own time. I'm a captain at the Maine Air National Guard Fire Department, and I'm requesting members of your committee's work to ensure funding LD 1236 in the supplemental budget LD 2212. I've worked at the Maine Air National Guard Fire Department since 2010. I've seen a lot of changes over the years, but our primary mission has always been to protect the military and civilian aircraft on the airfield. Aircraft rescue firefighting is something that requires specialized training, and only a select few departments in the country have the responsibility of providing that type of coverage. We must train on various types of aircraft and keep our certifications current through aircraft live fire training and classes for the FAA. We also use Class B foam, which most other departments don't use. In conjunction with aircraft rescue firefighting, we also provide fire protection for the hangars, fuel farm, and other structures on base. In 2015, we were provided with a structural fire engine, and around that time, we signed mutual aid agreements with many of the surrounding towns, and our call volume rose tremendously. In 2025, we responded to 87 mutual aid calls, 35 hazmat calls, 96 EMS calls, 17 aircraft in-flight emergencies, and many other responses, which totaled approximately 430 calls. As you know, firefighting is a dangerous profession. On average, our life expectancy is 10 years less than the general population, and due to being exposed to an abundant variation of toxins to include Class B foam, we have a 9% higher risk of being diagnosed with cancer. Our job is also high stress, resulting in sleeping and eating disorders, mental health issues, respiratory illnesses, and cardiovascular disease. Most of us have the 25 years of service and 55-year-old retirement, which is outdated, having been enacted in 1998. Due to the negative impact on our health and lack of recruitment and retention, we ask that you prioritize funding LD 1236. This would allow those who are employed as firefighters at BIA to retire after 25 years of service without penalty. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for the testimony. Any questions? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
So that's the last person that I had signed up for this part of the budget. So I'm looking around. Okay, Commissioner Suschuk, I see you back there. Why don't you come on up?
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody.
Good afternoon.
Representative Gattine and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Hickman, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Mike Sostruck, and I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 2212, the Governor's Supplemental Budget. Joining me is Deputy Commissioner Derek Gorneau. They seldom allow me to leave the office by myself, so Derek comes with me, especially on the finance side. So he's done a lot of work on this budget, and he is appreciated. This is the final budget proposal from the administration. The proposal delivers financial relief to Maine people, preserves programs, lawmakers, and Maine people support, and addresses some emergent issues, including impacts of new federal legislation. Governor Mills's guiding belief has always been that our strongest asset is the people of Maine, and that's why this budget, like those in the past, seeks to invest and support them. We look forward to working with the legislature in the coming weeks to enact a balanced budget that supports Maine people and protects the fiscal health of our state. Department of Public Safety was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 699 positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal's Office, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. I will begin today on page A as an Alpha 108 with Gambling Control. The Gambling Control Unit supports a 5-member board that licenses and regulates companies and employees associated with 2 casinos, the distribution of casino-related equipment, and advanced deposit wagering, allowing bets on horse races throughout the country. The unit also regulates fantasy sports, contests, sports wagering, and charitable nonprofit games of chance, Beano, and Bingo. First initiative provides funding to align allocations with projected expenditures and available resources. There are a number of these adjustments in the department, and they are being requested to either align the funding with federal grant revenue or to adjust funding to align with revenues as recommended in the December 1st, 2025 forecast of the Revenue Forecasting Committee. Second initiative transfers 1 state police detective position and 1 SBI or State Bureau of Identification specialist position from the Gambling Control Board program, 100% general fund to the state police program, which is 65% general fund and 35% highway fund, provides funding for all other related costs. The Gambling Control Unit and the Maine State Police agreed that these 2 positions are needed more urgently in the Maine State Police program, and that transferring them is more appropriate to reflect the job duties now assigned to each position. With the vast majority of background checks now being processed through a contract with Gaming Integrity Services, the detective position will be reassigned to the Major Crimes Unit, and the SBI specialist will be assigned back to the State Bureau of Identification. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any clarifying questions or requests for the work session for Commissioner Sawchuk? Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Wondering, I asked staff this as well, but for the work session, could you let us know what percentage of your employees or how many employees are working on the illegal cannabis grows?
Under the Gambling Control Unit or just in general for DPS?
In general, as you know, our work in VLA deals with that.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Representative Fredette and Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to your presentation, I don't see any language changes. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And in regards to, are there any positions being added in your department as in this proposal?
In Gambling Control, no. Overall for DPS, yes.
How many for DPS overall?
Total 22.
Okay, and those 22 positions are?
I can give you a full rundown. I'm going to spend some time with you tomorrow where we're going to discuss that at great length. But 20 of those are Maine State Police. 1 of those is the Fire Marshal's Office, and 1 of those is the Commissioner's Office.
All right, I'll let you let the committee sort of deal with that. But again, my understanding is there's quite a few additions and positions in this budget. And so I like to just try to make sure we're all on board with that. In regards to the 22 positions, is that in addition to the existing base?
That's correct.
And so what would give that you for a total with the added 22 positions?
So we have 699 now. So you're talking about 22, so 721.
And so in adding those positions, does that in the budget proposal for the committee, does that include operating costs for those positions, including vehicles, equipment, all that kind of stuff?
Yes. Yeah, the all other costs would be included, certainly with a Maine State Trooper as an example of vehicle, equipment, things of that nature.
All right. And the last question for the committee, and you can provide this for tomorrow for the committee, but are these positions like anticipated to be for the highway? Are we thinking of these rural folks? And I mean, other than gaming, are these just sort of the general where the positions would be added? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to go through all the other bureaus. We don't have any positions for Gambling Control, but I will discuss those initiatives in particular and in detail tomorrow.
So we're going to have the Criminal Justice scheduled tomorrow, and that's part of that budget. So that'll be the.
Yes, sir.
it'll be your
And
presentation.
transportation as well.
Correct.
We're on at 10 and we're back at 1, I think.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Hickman, you're all set? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Is there anybody here to testify about the gambling control units initiatives? Okay, I don't see any. I think next is Secretary of State. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine, Senator Hickman, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Shanna Bellows, and I am the Secretary of State here to present testimony in support of those items in the supplemental budget for our department. If you want to turn your attention to page A113, I'm specifically testifying on the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions budget, which is program number 0692. The Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions is comprised of 3 divisions. The Division of Elections and Administrative Procedure Act is our state's guardian of democracy, overseeing all state and federal elections for the state of Maine. Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn is the state elections director. She's the nation's longest serving elections director, and she runs that. She runs the entire bureau. The Division of Election Audits and Training is responsible for safeguarding voter confidence through election auditing and training. The Division of Corporations, UCC, and Commissions serves as a repository for all records related to business and nonprofit entities, as well as all liens filed on personal property under the Uniform Commercial Code, as well as overseeing notaries, public boards, and commissions. So there are only 4 general fund initiatives that you're going to see here. Under Program 0692, the first initiative on page A113 provides for the transfer of funding for one public service coordinator, 1 position, and related all other costs from this bureau to the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women. The State and Local Government Committee will see an inverse initiative shortly, where our budget will accept that position. This is the executive director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women, and in a prior budget, this position was placed under the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions. So there's a net 0 funding. It's just recognizing that the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women is not supervised by elections. It's its own and separate and distinct entity. So that is no money. That's the good news. The second initiative on page A113 under Program 0692 provides funding for an approved reclassification of one office specialist 1 position to an office specialist 2 position. This was an employee-initiated reclassification approved on December 16, 2024, and applies retroactively to the date of the reclassification request from the employee submitted in July 2024. The third initiative, and this is perhaps the most important initiative that we are asking, also on page A113, provides funding for leases of voting tabulators. The all other request is $792,000 in fiscal year 26-27. The state has 1 central lease of tabulators, which are then put into use in municipalities all around the state. Approximately 95% of Maine voters cast ballots in municipalities where tabulators are in use to count the votes. The remaining 5% are counted by hand. The tabulators currently in use around the state are 14 years old and reaching the end of their useful life. They're still accurate. They're like modern day abacuses, but we have seen bottlenecks in recent elections because of the time it takes to feed multiple large ballots into each tabulator. And because some municipalities don't have enough tabulators for the number of voters in their jurisdictions. This would be a new statewide lease for the tabulators as well as the accessible voting system devices. And that's going through the RFP process now. We already know that we are going to need to lease more tabulators than we have in the past, and that each tabulator will be more expensive than our current lease. This all other requests makes up the cost differential for that. The fourth initiative, also under Program 0692 on page A113, provides another 0 a net zero initiative, but this is simply aligning allocation to receipts in the corporations division 014 special revenue fund. So that's pretty standard, just making sure that we can actually spend the money that you have appropriated that we are receiving in corporations. Finally, and this is another very important piece, I'd like to discuss one piece of language that you do not see in front of you because it was inadvertently included by the Bureau of the Budget in the Highway Fund and Transportation, which would be unconstitutional, rather than in the general fund. We are coordinating with DAFs to move the language to the correct budget document in a potential change package. But regardless of a change package, it's really important that it be included in this general fund supplemental. And that is a carrying provision. And I've listed it here, and I'll read it out loud since you don't have it in front of you except for in my testimony. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, the state comptroller shall carry forward up to $750,000 in unexpended balances in the personal services and all other line categories in the Department of Secretary of State after all financial commitments for obligations and budgetary adjustments have been made at the end of the fiscal year 25-26 to the next fiscal year. These funds do not lapse and are intended to carry until expended. We routinely see costs beyond our basic allocation in election years with high attention and high turnout. And the 2026 general election is shaping up to be one of those. While what we normally do is come to you with after the fact retroactive supplemental appropriations, we are concerned that that practice, that cycle, puts unnecessary stress on the election system. Now, Senator Hickman has a bill that's on the appropriations table that would also address some of the shortfall because we routinely see that ballot costs and other costs associated with the elections are not covered by our existing baseline. And so this carryover language would help us use unused funds from the year that we are in, capped at 750,000. There won't be anywhere close to that, I don't think, but allow us to carry over funds that we've already been appropriated to use in the fall when needed. And certainly given the pending passage of the SAVE Act or the Save America Act, this is potentially more important than ever before. I think there will be some significant election security needs. For example, we're no longer using UPS for delivery for a variety of reasons. So that's why this language is so important. Thank you. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions now or in the work session, which I understand is tomorrow.
The work session in front of the
VLA committee, forgive me. Yeah.
That's a really quick question. So this provision that you're requesting that we put in the general fund budget is in the highway fund budget.
It is.
And have they scheduled their public hearing yet?
No, I'm sure that they're going to remove it because constitutionally highway fund money cannot be used for elections.
Okay. And has there been communication with the chairs of that committee that there's a provision in there that you're going to ask them to remove? Is that?
I have not yet communicated with
Okay.
the chairs.
All right.
I've talked to the analyst and to the budget office.
And you're suggesting to the administration that if they come forward with a change package, that language be in the change package, but you're giving us a
It's
heads
our
up.
understanding that it was the intention for this language to be in this budget, and it was a clerical error
Got it.
that put it in the other one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could tell Representative Fredette had a question, so.
Hi, and thank you for being here. So just to make sure I understand, your request is for $750,000 to come from essentially DOT. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Where's it coming from?
So CEC has the budget year that we're in.
Mhm.
What we're asking is if there are any unexpended funds at the end of this year, because we had the fall referendum election, we'll have the primary election, but there are lower requirements in terms of funding than there are when they're a big general election. Just referendum elections are cheaper because of lower turnout and a variety of reasons. So what we're suggesting, this carrying provision would just say on June 30th, anything that elections had not spent could get carried over into the next fiscal year and be spent in the summer or in the fall, rather than getting swept back into the state's general fund. So the language doesn't have anything to do with the highway fund, and it doesn't have anything to do with DOT. I think someone in the budget office saw Secretary of State and put it in that other budget, but it doesn't Like there's no way that it could come from that budget.
So if I may just, for the committee, follow up, but for this, the normal process would be financial orders and whatnot?
The normal process would be that the language sweeps back, and I don't know what the governor does with language, with money that comes back into the general fund on June 30th. But we lose it at elections. So like 1 year we had $1, not a big year. We don't usually have very much money that carries over.
In my last question, and then I'll let the committee deal with it, but so assuming this money gets carried over, is there a budget line that it goes to? I mean, it sounds like you're
Yes.
talking about it more in a more, well, we could use it for mailing or we could use it for this or that. Is there a specific purpose for which it's allowed or?
Yeah, so it would be for the administration of elections. And so I'll give you an example. Routinely, what happens is we go out to bid for the ballots for November in the summer. And those bids always come back higher than the year before. Paper is at a premium. We've seen double-digit increases. So we have to pay for the ballots. And so we pay for the ballots. We usually borrow money out of like our OIT bill or something. And then we come to you the next year and say, hey, we only had $500,000 for ballots, and I'm making that number up, but we spent $650,000. Please give us $150,000. That has been the cycle that we have been in every year that I have been secretary, until this year, actually. And so what we're proposing is if elections has money this year, let us just carry it over, because we know that the November election is going to be expensive, probably more expensive than what is budgeted. But it's not for extra things. It's for ballots, for ballot materials, for the equipment.
So is there a sunset provision in the language?
So I think the way we constructed it, and we'd certainly be open to your recommendations, is that it caps at 750, so that we wouldn't create a slush fund, but that if there was more, I cannot imagine a situation in which we had more than 750,000, but that would be, at that point, that money would come back to the general fund.
Yeah. So I think just for the committee members, it would be important for me to, if this were to move forwards, to make sure that there's a sunset provision going forward. I mean, you can do it as a one-time, but to have this sort of as a recurring issue, premised upon your premise that this is a sort of a odd election, then that would be okay. But I think as a sunset, I would feel better about it.
Can I clarify one thing? This happens every other year. So every time there's a general election, the gubernatorial elections, the presidential elections, we see costs that are far above our baseline. So the reason we're not suggesting that sunset is we are suggesting that basically it allows elections to navigate those off years and on years only with money that has already been appropriated for specific uses, whether that's ballots or equipment or election security. So we also anticipate that 2028 will be far more expensive than 2026 and will exceed the baseline for budgets for elections. I think elections has been chronically underfunded for a long time.
I'll leave it for the committee to discuss.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll also point out that when I read the language that's in front of us, it looks like this is a one-time transfer of that money in the 25-26. So I'm reading it as if it would not carry.
Okay,
So,
that we'd have to come back to ask for another
yeah,
carryover.
and you could do that.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Thank you.
Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. For the work session, can you let us know how many tabulators you currently have? How
Sure.
much you're currently renting them for, and who the company you're renting them from? And the new tabulators, how many you expect to get, how much you're paying for rent, and who the company will be that you're renting them from?
So the company I can tell you is ES&S, and they've done a terrific job.
Is it the same company?
What we would do is go out for bid, and we have not yet done that. And so when the bid is issued, we don't know who will apply. There are multiple companies that produce this equipment. It will be whoever comes in at the most affordable, and meets the requirements. That process is being handled by Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn. I have no involvement in it.
Okay, so you don't know, can you get the first part of my question? How many?
We can get a, yes,
Okay.
we will get you how many tabulators we currently have, and we can get you the cost per tabulator, and we can get you how many tabulators we anticipate requesting in the bid. And what we can't anticipate is what the bid costs will be that will come in, or what companies will bid on it. We came up with this number of 792,000 above what we're currently paying based on surveying all the states. But specifically Vermont gave us some really hard data, and we think we're very comparable because we have a very similar framework to Vermont in that we also administer our elections at the municipal level like they do, unlike most of the states outside of New England, which do it at the county level.
Do you know what we currently pay?
I don't off the top of my head, but
Would
I
it
will
be
get
cheaper
that
to
to
buy
you
'em,
for
or
tomorrow.
Would it be cheaper to buy them?
Oh, I don't think so. I think the lease is the most cost effective, especially given the need to replace on a regular cycle. Most best practice is to replace every decade. We've pushed that timeline a little bit.
Representative Barada, then Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, do you hope to have these new tabulators in time for the November election, or are you looking for the year following?
The hope is to have them in time for the November election. That currently the RFP process is on track for a selection and installation this summer. The tabulators are a little bit different than like a central voter registration system because they are essentially an off-the-shelf piece of equipment, like new printers or they're hardware. They're not connected to the internet. They don't require programming. So they require training of the clerks.
Have you considered that with the size and significance of the upcoming election, that having brand new equipment in front of people might cause some issues?
So I understand Deputy Flynn has talked extensively to the clerks because I do think that the clerks have expressed concerns that we don't have enough tabulators currently and that our current tabulators are slow. Now, again, they're perfectly accurate, but I think that there has been some desire to have new equipment. And also, I will say that President Trump, in a recent executive order that I do not agree with, has also raised concerns that he would like to see equipment can be as up to date as possible. And I do not disagree with that piece of that executive order.
Thank you.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. A couple of questions I would have been asked. So I guess I'm left with, you mentioned ESS, but you also said that we're going out to bid. So could maybe you describe that a little, that process? Because it sounds like someone was selected. Does ESS do the
No.
sub-bidding or?
ES&S is the current holder of the lease and has been for 14 years. When the elections division goes out to bid with a new RFP, any company in the United States could apply. They'd be applying directly through the state procurement process, not through ES&S as an agent. Thank you for clarifying.
That's helpful. Follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think two quick follow-ups. Is part of the bid being able to tabulate ranked choice voting, and does that add to the cost of the software for these tabulators?
We, for the work session, can get information for you in terms of how that might impact the cost. Specifically, yes, it is really important that the tabulator be able to read a ballot that is a ranked choice ballot. And so that will be a requirement of the bid, is that the tabulators, which simply read the ballots, have that capacity to read a ranked choice voting ballot.
Thank you. And my final question would, I'm not sure if you are going to get that information or you kind of said it, but is the goal with this RFP to replace all of the existing
Yes.
machines?
So, and that is actually very important. We want uniformity in the state. So under state law, the elections division distributes tabulators to the whole state. All towns are on the same playing field. All towns are using the same equipment. That's a very important aspect of our election security.
Representative.
Thank you, Chair. For the workshop tomorrow, could you please bring a price difference between lease and own?
Sure.
I'd like to see that. And then also, if you don't mind, Chair, I guess I don't understand if they don't hook up to the internet, the speed seems sufficient as it is, so I'm not quite clear on the usefulness of life as far as these tabulating machines and what exactly that means. You said they were slow, but they seem to function okay.
So it's like any machine over time, there's going and use deteriorates, right? There's depreciation of that useful life of that machine. So your computer from a decade ago is going to function slower than it did. Your vehicle from a decade ago is going to get beat up, right? Just because thousands of people have been in thousands of ballots. And so just like any other piece of equipment in your home or your office depreciates over time, the tabulators also depreciate over time. They break more quickly, they get fussier, they're harder to operate. And so it's really just a question, because it's a piece of capital equipment, of making sure that you're not suddenly having a bunch of equipment that's just broken down. So it is functioning. It functions well. We did see slowness. We did see some tabulators fail. We always have on-site technicians to bring in, backup tabulators to swap out, and we have the ability to collect ballots by hand and then do a hand count if necessary. But this is a best practice, just like any machine you have in your life.
I agree, but where they don't hook to the internet, it should be a software issue. Could you tomorrow bring something to quantify that?
Oh, again, it's not a question of the software. I mean, yes, I can certainly bring information to you tomorrow to talk about how the software capabilities have changed over the last decade. And it's also a hardware piece. And I do want to just underscore that importance.
Representative Blar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned something out of clarity for me. These machines are 14 years old, 15 years old. Ranked choice voting didn't exist back then. So do the current machines able to tabulate ranked choice voting? Because we've had it here in the state of Maine. And if so, when did the software upgrade or transfer happen?
So I can bring you details to the work session because that's really Deputy Flynn's purview. We can absolutely get that for you. What I will say is the machines at the local towns are reading the first place votes, right? And then the ranked choice voting tabulation is happening when we bring all of the ballots back to Augusta, and we use actually a high-speed scanner to scan the ballots to do the ranked choice voting tabulation. So currently, the way it works is the tabulators in the towns are just reading that first place vote. And that's probably going to continue because we don't want machines that are connected to the internet. So we know, for example, in the 2024 election, how many votes, first place votes, Jared Golden versus Austin Terrio got in Presque Isle. But Presque Isle is not connected to Skowhegan. And so those come back to Augusta, and then we reread the ballots to identify the second choice, third choice, fourth choice.
So in the original Jared Golden race where he was the second vote against Bruce Poliquin, then basically Bruce Poliquin won in the towns, but when they brought the ballots back to the state, Jared Golden ended up by winning. Is that how that?
Bruce Poliquin had more first place votes, but not 50% plus one. And so then when it came to Augusta and votes that had not been allocated either to Poliquin or Golden, but instead had gone to third-party candidates who had chosen a second choice. When those came up in the ranked choice voting process, at that point, Jared Golden had a majority of the votes.
Which happened here in Augusta.
Which happened here in Augusta. That's right. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Is there anybody here to testify on, or is there anybody here to testify on these provisions just presented by the Secretary of State? I assume.
I do.
No, I think they all I think they're all eager to leave us, which is kind of sad, but understandable. They've been here for a long time. No, no. All right. My Linda, do we have anybody on Zoom? We don't have anybody on Zoom. So I think that brings us to the end of our joint meeting with VLA. I want to thank the committee for being here. Sounds like you're working this tomorrow. So we look forward to your report back. AFA members, I think we are going to try to transition pretty quickly to the state and local government committee. So we will be at ease for a few minutes, but please don't go far. Thank you.
Are we done for today too? No, I don't think so.
I saw a lot of it. Yeah.
Good afternoon. We are going to get started. Good afternoon, folks. We are joined this afternoon here in AFA with our friends and colleagues from the State and Local Government Committee. We're going to hear public testimony on the part of the budget that is under that committee's jurisdiction. We have a number of executive department and other agencies that are going to present parts of the budget. But before we get started, we did introductions of the AFA committee earlier, so I'm going to ask Representative Salisbury to lead introductions of her members that are here.
Thank you so much, Representative Gattine. My name is Sue Salisbury. I am the House Chair of SLG, and I represent House District 128, which is part of Westbrook. And I'm sorry that we only have a few, but the very important members of our committee are still here. And I'm sorry the rest of our committee had to leave with the day being so delayed, but we're happy to be here.
Representative.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Pomelo. I represent Standish, which is House 85.
Thank you. So this is the way we'll conduct the hearing this afternoon. I'm going to invite each of the agency representatives to come up and testify on their part of the budget. Once each is done, we're going to have public hearing on that part, and then we will move to the next agency. We're going to go slightly out of order from what we had originally been planning because of availability issues. So the first executive branch agency we're going to hear from is the Maine Office of Community Affairs. And that part of the budget is going to be presented by Brittany Gleixner Hyatt. And I believe she is going to present her testimony on Zoom. Is that correct, Mylinda? And there she is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll just launch in. Yes?
Yes, please.
Great. Good afternoon, Senators Rotundo and Baldacci, Representatives Gattine and Salisbury, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and State and Local Government. My name is Britt Gleixner Hyatt. I'm the Executive Director of Volunteer Maine, the Maine Commission for Community Service. We just recently moved into our new home in Mocha. I'm here to testify regarding items in LD 2212, specifically the Maine Service Fellows program that's found on page A96. I should note that I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person. I would, but I am currently in Washington, D.C., making the argument for Maine to continue to get federal funding. We are primarily funded through AmeriCorps, and it has gone well this year so far, but it is constantly a battle to ensure that that's the case. And that's why I'm here ensuring that Maine gets the resources we have enjoyed in past, and we hope we will continue to. So Volunteer Maine, just quickly, in case you don't know, was established 30 years ago to foster and inspire community service and volunteerism to address critical needs in the state of Maine. And we have a vision of vibrant, productive communities with involved and responsible citizens. So the initiatives before you are two, they are housekeeping in nature, and they follow our transfer from the Department of Education into MOCA. So while they're housekeeping, they are critical for our operations. So thank you for letting me speak to them and answer any questions you might have. The first is, again, on page A96. It increases allocation by $10,000 in fiscal year 27. This just allows us to spend projected annual revenues. These are revenues from site fees for the Maine Service Fellows program, which has been fully implemented this past year and is going very well. The second initiative is also on page A96, and it provides funding for $226,110 in fiscal year 27. This is, again, the ability for us to spend funding from a NOAA grant, the Resilient Maine grant. So again, both administrative in nature, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I do not see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the room here to testify on this portion of the proposed supplemental budgets? the piece we just heard from Mocha. And Mylene, did you tell me there was one person on Zoom who was here just for this part? Why don't you bring them in and good afternoon, Mr. Shorty.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine and
I'd like to
Representative
let you know
Sal.
before we get started that we are running a 3-minute clock on public
No
testimony.
problem.
All right.
I'm confident that I will be within those 3 minutes.
Make us proud.
I will. But thank you very much this afternoon, Representative Gatine, Representative Salisbury, and members of AFA and state and local government. My name's Luke Shorty. I reside in Winthrop, and I'm the immediate past chair of Volunteer Maine and the Maine Commission for Community Service. I think Brittany did a wonderful job talking about the two items in front of you in the supplemental budget. But I would like to actually advocate on behalf of Volunteer Maine's Commission for a request for the general fund to actually support and cover 50% of our executive director's salary. As you had heard, most of our funding comes from AmeriCorps. And as federal plans kind of change and the priorities seem to shift, there is some concern on whether or not the AmeriCorps funding will still be available in the future or if it will be decreased in the future. And because our executive director currently is paid through 100% through the federal dollars, it makes it impossible for her to be able to find other and alternative ways to help supplement the revenues of the work that Volunteer Maine does, right? And so being able to split the cost of that position does a couple of things. One, it allows Volunteer Maine to find ways to continue to find funding and revenue that would allow us to continue the great work that we're doing, to help oversee the Maine Service Fellows Program, which you've heard about, which has been very successful. And two, it would help make sure that if something did happen to federal funds in the next congressional budget process, that Maine would not be without a leader in this very important sector of volunteer support and the whole volunteer network of the state of Maine. I think we all can agree that as Mainers, volunteering is kind of in our blood, but it's through the works of Volunteer Maine that we're able to help organize, structure, and be more efficient in how volunteers are used and deployed throughout the state of Maine. And so it's not in the supplemental budget, but doing the math, for as little as a nickel per citizen in the state of Maine, this is a good investment, in my opinion, that would allow us to make sure that Maine has mitigated the risk of potentially losing this resource for us. And so with that, the rest of my testimony, you can read as it was handed out to you, but I'd be very conscious of the time and turn it over in case there are any questions that you have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Are there any questions? I do not see any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
My pleasure, and thank you for considering my request.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I think now we're going to have testimony from Sarah Curran. And before we hear that testimony, Representative Gramlich, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Lori Gramlich. I represent House District 131, which remains the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach, and I'm also the Assistant House Majority Leader.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your mic is not turned on. I think our staff will help you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Representative Gatine, Representative Salisbury, members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Sarah Curran. I am Director of the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, and I am here today to speak in support of the Governor's proposed budget. The Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, or GOPIF, was created by Governor Mills in 2019 to advance long-term planning and policy work in collaboration with agencies of state government, communities, and other stakeholders on important issues of concern for Maine. We provide support and coordination on a variety of policy issues, cross-cabinet groups, and in support of state commissions and task forces. Our areas of policy and projects include priorities of the governor, as well as several initiatives passed by the Maine legislature, including the Children's Cabinet, the Cabinet on Aging, the Maine Climate Council, housing policy, and time-limited projects, including the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Coordination, the Infrastructure and Resilience Commission, the state's Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and some of the work that led to the creation of the Maine Office of Community Affairs. All GoPIF projects are undertaken in close coordination with multiple other state agencies and often include communities, businesses, and other key stakeholders. And you can learn more about all of our initiatives on our website. GoPIF has 3 general fund initiatives in the supplemental budget related to artificial intelligence. These initiatives are among several in the governor's proposed budget to fund artificial intelligence initiatives, including beginning to implement the recommendations of Maine's Artificial Intelligence Task Force, who delivered their final report in October 2025. And I believe there are copies of that task force report being distributed right now. The 14 initiatives in the budget located across 8 state agencies are designed to lay a foundation for bolstering innovation related to AI while strengthening guardrails against its potential harms. The 14 initiatives include funding to expand AI literacy and digital skills via a statewide AI literacy and safety program that leverages public institutions like libraries to allow all Maine people to better understand emerging technologies, their benefits, and their risks. Support for state agencies and municipalities to address capacity and resource constraints to assess needs, explore responsible use cases, and access technical support through the new Maine Office of Community Affairs. The budget also proposes funding to establish an AI public innovation hub at the University of Maine to leverage expertise from Maine's higher education institutions to help state agencies and local governments safely adopt AI solutions. The 14 initiatives also include investments to prepare Maine businesses, workers, and schools for the economy of the future via support for workforce training organizations to update curricula, for Maine Department of Education to expand their technical assistance offerings for school districts and educators grappling with AI in the classroom, and for businesses and entrepreneurs trying to understand how AI can help them grow their businesses. The initiatives also include new state capacity for AI governance and responsible use to ensure that Maine state government can adopt AI effectively and responsibly, including training for state employees, strengthening data governance and management, and building durable policy and coordination capacity across the executive branch. There's a handout that you should have received that has an organization chart that shows how these 14 initiatives are part of the governor's proposal and are related and connected. And so we wanted to provide that for you today. Taken together, these investments take the first step on a path to benefit from AI responsibly while also protecting Maine people from potential harms. So the 3 budget initiatives proposed at GoPIF related to AI are aimed at strengthening the state's capacity to responsibly adopt and coordinate artificial intelligence policy across state government. The GoPIF initiatives appear on page A42. The first initiative on A42 proposes the creation of a position to coordinate the development and implementation of statewide AI policies, practices, and partnerships. This role would help ensure that Maine's approach to AI is strategic, consistent across state agencies, and grounded in responsible use. The second and third initiatives on page A42 provide funding for 2 one-time investments intended to accelerate effective and secure AI adoption across state government. One provides funding to engage outside experts to recommend improvements to how the state identifies, procures, and onboards technology and digital solutions, helping to ensure Maine can more efficiently implement tools that improve outcomes for residents. The second provides one-time funding to support statewide AI technology and interagency coordination, enabling the state to build shared capacity, reduce duplication across agencies, and support safe, effective use of AI in public service delivery. Additionally, there is one GoPIF initiative on page A42 to transfer one federally funded position from GoPIF into the new State Resilience Office at the Maine Office of Community Affairs. I believe you'll hear about that from the Director of the Maine Office of Community Affairs. And I am happy to answer any questions the committee has about the initiatives of GoPIF today or at the work session. Thank you to both committees for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Representative Deschamps.
Thank you, Chair Gattine. With the AI, I believe it's $6.7 million.
Yes.
One of my concerns, and I have just gotten the report, so I have not had time to read it. One of my concerns as I look through the initiatives out there in the budget relative to AI is it appears that there's a fair amount of siloing in those AI activities. My concern is that with a lot of things that we do under this dome, the siloing ends up costing us a whole lot of money. We have this group who's going to give grants for AI training and whatever. And then we have this group who's going to give grants for AI training and whatever. And it just seems like this siloing costs us a ton of money. Is this in the report? Does this report all up to maybe the hub or something like that? Can you kind of articulate a little bit about how the mindset is with respect to how this is going to work?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So the initiatives are located at different agencies. So for example, the new Maine Office of Community Affairs, there's a proposal for that office to administer grants to municipalities for the use of AI. And the reason is because they have the relationships with the communities. This is work that they do. They deliver technical assistance. So all of the initiatives proposed in the budget do have an agency home. I think what you'll see in the chart that I've provided, and also what you'll see in the recommendations of the task force, is the importance of the GoPIF position and the funding at GoPIF to support that interagency coordination for exactly the reason that you just articulated. So I think that the budget position that we're proposing would bring those agencies together. The funding would be used to support agency collaboration and shared learning for exactly the reasons that you described, to make sure that agencies are working together and that there is a center holding all of these things together. And that is emphasized in the task force report that you have, and then also illustrated on the org chart. So I think the initiatives in the GoPIF budget are exactly to address your concern. Thank you.
Representative Blar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Just for clarity, the transfer of the federal funded position from GoPIF to MOCA, did the federal funds follow that, or? Okay.
So it's those are positions that we moved several positions from GoPIF last time when the budget was approved to create the State Resilience Office, the Maine Office of Community Affairs. This would just move that position over to stay with the rest of that team and that funding. Thank you.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So looking at your presentation and your chart, what's the additional spend that you folks are asking for?
In total, or just in the
In
governor's
total.
office? In total, it's 6.7 million. Specifically in the categories as you see laid out in the chart.
And how many new positions?
Just the one position at GoPIF.
So, so when I look at your chart, if I may, the committee,
please.
I'm looking at your chart, and I mean, so I can obviously read, it talks about public AI literacy campaign, design, implementation, marketing, grants to libraries, which looks like to me it's about 2.25% spend. Is that about right?
Yes.
And so is of the 6.7 million, is this going into the baseline, or is this a one-time spend? Is there a portion, is it a mix, or what
It
is
is a mix. So some of the funds are one-time funds. So specifically for the GoPIF, the position is created, but then the two funding asks are one-time funding. So it is a little bit of a mix.
All right. So if you could have someone on the
Absolutely.
staff
Yeah.
just sort of give me a breakdown of how much this is sort of a one-time spend versus a request to add to the baseline.
Happy to bring that to the work session.
And then sort of finally, I'm looking on page 56 of your report. And obviously I recognize many of the names on the task force members, and bringing forward the recommendation. Was this a unanimous recommendation from the task force members, or how was it that you came about your recommendation?
So a lot of, all of the initiatives that are proposed are grounded in the task force recommendations. The task force recommendations were unanimous. And I would say that these budget initiatives are an initial step in implementing the task force recommendations. But this is going to be an ongoing project, I would say, navigating how the state navigates AI.
Okay, thank you.
I had a lot of the same questions.
Yeah.
And, you know, when I first read the supplemental and coming into this, I mean, it did jump out at me that these initiatives were in different places and they all made sense, right? So I think, first of all, I think you were probably anticipating, you know, some of the things that we wanted to learn about. And I think that this chart you put together goes a long way towards doing that. But again, as the policy committee works this and as we talk about it, I would like to, again, along the lines of what Representative Fredette just asked, like from a budgetary perspective, having
Yep.
a document that shows which ones are one time, which ones are ongoing. You know, we heard from the university system
Okay.
the other day, and they sort of presented themselves as described here as a hub. So just again,
Absolutely.
I think understanding the relationships between all of this to make sure that our,
Yep.
you know, it's not my desire to create like additional bureaucracy, but I do think there's a good idea to have coordination, right? So I think you've answered a lot of the questions that I have, but I think as we work this supplemental, I'm going to continue to want to like understand a little bit about how that works.
Absolutely. Thank you. We can definitely bring some more information to the work session tomorrow and can provide that to your committee as well.
Great. Thank you. Representative Fredette.
Thank you. And it probably isn't going to matter, but I'll say it anyway. You know, I get frustrated when I hear people coming in and asking for additional spends when, you know, I sometimes feel that there needs to be a limit on how much government can spend. And, you know, I think AI certainly is a great priority that we need to focus on. But I get frustrated that, you know, we just heard people that want to be in the 25-year retirement plan, and that's a great priority. Yeah. So I think it's important, as the chair indicated, you know, what of this is adding to the baseline and what versus what is one time, because, you know, as we continue to hear more and more requests for money, it gets difficult to understand, you know, where's the money coming from.
Yep. I'm happy to provide that additional information for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other
Okay.
questions.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody here to testify specifically about this portion of the proposed supplemental budget, the GoPIF provisions? I don't see any. Commissioner Clark. You came back.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Representative Salisbury and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I'm Elaine Clark, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of certain items in LD 2212, the Governor's proposed fiscal year 26-27 supplemental budget bill. I'm here in support of those items on today's agenda relating to the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. This includes an allocation request, 3 initiatives relating to positions, 2 appropriation requests for artificial intelligence efforts, and 2 reclasses. The state's collective bargaining unit agreements include negotiated language related to the reclassification process. Reclasses may be employee-initiated, usually referred to as a reclass, or management-initiated, usually referred to as reorganization. Approved employee-initiated actions include a retroactive pay component back to the date the request was signed. Our department's reclass and reorganization requests are summarized at the end of testimony as Appendix A. While we won't read the specifics, we have included the Blippi and justification in this testimony on the relevant page in italics for your reference. Our proposal also includes a request to move some personal services to all other. This is language that will allow agencies to self-fund a small number of emergent operating expenses through this biennial. Throughout the dozen agencies with this language, it amounts to a total of $6.7 million in fiscal year 2026 and $5.3 million in fiscal year 2027. For DAFs, this is language part S and is $425,000 each year. I will describe the specific needs of this main IT request in the language section of my testimony. Now to the details. On page A1, there is one initiative in the Bureau of General Services Capital Construction and Improvement Reserve Fund. This initiative provides allocation to finalize expenditures for certain construction and repair efforts of state-owned buildings. In Public Law 2021, Chapter 398, Part SSS, $50 million was transferred to this other special revenue account to sustain several years' worth of maintenance efforts, including repairs to roof, building envelope, insulation walls, exteriors, foundations, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and interiors. This is not a request for cash. Rather, it is the authority to spend the remaining cash in this account, all of which has been obligated to specific projects. Requesting this allocation in the budget reduces the need for the program to process this allocation through a financial order. Also on page A1, there is one reclass initiative in the Central Fleet Management Internal Service Fund program. On page A2, there are three initiatives in the Division of Financial and Personnel Services Internal Service Fund program. Of these, the first initiative is a reclass. The second initiative continues an accounting analyst in the Natural Resources Service Center to address an increased financial management workload. This position is being continued through June 19th, 2027 to perform additional work resulting from a multi-year, multi-million-dollar federal grant to the Department of Marine Resources. The position will be responsible for accounting for multiple programs within DMR's Bureau of Marine Science and compliance with federal reporting requirements. This position is paid for by DMR and is in their existing biennial budget resources. There is an error in the supplemental budget document in that it adds one legislative count. In fact, this position is being continued as a limited period position and as such does not add legislative headcount. We are continuing the position to ensure the work can be completed as we evaluate the level of ongoing effort. The third initiative continues a human resource assistant in the Natural Resources Service Center to address an increased workload. This position is being continued through June 19, 2027 to perform functional tasks such as recruitment, employment actions, pay, and benefits for all agencies covered by this service center. Increased workload is the result of new positions on new grants, the implementation of the new human resources management system, the addition of the Department of Energy Resources to the responsibilities of this service center, and the additional work of merging several programs into the one main Office of Community Affairs, or MOCA. We're continuing the position to ensure the work can be completed as we evaluate the level of ongoing effort. On page 3, there are two initiatives in the Information Services Program, otherwise known as Main IT. Both main IT initiatives are connected to the Governor's Artificial Intelligence Task Force recommendations. Specifically, these initiatives propose $1 million of one-time general funds for main IT to train state employees over the next 2 years to safely, responsibly, and effectively use artificial intelligence, and $1,008,000 one-time general funds to strengthen Maine's data management and governance practice, the state's modernization path of how we think about, collect, track, share, use, and record data, specifically as those efforts interact with artificial intelligence. The governor's proposed budget includes approximately $6.7 million to fund AI initiatives, including beginning to implement recommendations of Maine's Artificial Intelligence Task Force, who delivered their final report on October 15th. And because GoPIF just testified about AI initiatives, I'm going to skip over the bullets on page 6 since you've already heard that information. So I'm moving to page 9. The final initiative today is on page A4 in the Risk Management Claims Internal Service Fund. This initiative establishes one public service coordinator, one position to assist with the increased number of claims and insurance services to state of Maine agencies and quasi-state agencies. As a reminder, DAF's updated rates in the biennial budget, and this position was included in that rate setting process, meaning that this position is already factored into the rates. However, the position request was inadvertently left out of our biennial request. The Risk Management Division within the Office of the State Controller manages 13 insurance programs and more than 1,000 insurance policies, which continue to increase, with one person handling all the claims, which also continue to increase. This position will ensure the division, excuse me, responds to the myriad of insurance actions in a timely manner. I will now turn to the language pieces. Part G may be found on page 11 of the language document. This part authorizes any remaining balances in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services Information Services Program to carry each fiscal year. This part also proposes carrying authority for the Development Services Oversight and Advisory Board Program, who I believe have previously testified in front of AFA in favor of their part of this language. Maine IT technological upgrades and advancements can take years to develop and implement, and the timing of the financial investment isn't always easy to predict. Having flexibility to use unused funding from prior years will allow Maine IT to make continued progress on these initiatives, as well as maximize our funding to reduce the impact on the budgets of our agency partners by keeping rates more consistent and by using one-time funding to reduce higher vulnerabilities. Carrying language will also allow for better strategic planning related to future funding opportunities and debt service payments. Part I may be found on page 13 of the language document. This part allows access to state postal services to certain external entities as defined by statute, including the university system, political subdivisions, educational institutions, and qualifying nonprofits. The state has invested in the modernization of its postal center, particularly document, envelope insertion, and mailer pre-sorting services. Giving access to these services to other entities similar to our surplus sales operations will distribute the costs of the operations to a wider base and allow for efficiency opportunities for those entities. This part also codifies the state purchasing card program as a component of central services. Purchasing cards are the modern and a more efficient way to make thousands of routine purchases throughout state government. This part updates statute with this long-standing procurement practice. Part S may be found on page 40 of the language document. This part authorizes DAFs to transfer up to $425,000 each fiscal year from personal services to all other to fund continuous improvement of the enterprise GIS architecture. Specifically, funds will be used to stabilize the Environmental Systems Research Institute, ESRI system, which is a statewide GIS system that collects, stores, and analyzes data tied to specific locations on the Earth. It lets users create maps and visualizations to see patterns, relationships, and trends based on geography. Organizations use GIS to support decision-making in areas like planning, public safety, infrastructure, and natural resource management. As an example, the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, DACF, relies on ESRI to carry out critical statutory and operational responsibilities. The Bureau of Parks and Land stewards more than 700,000 acres of state parks and public lands and monitors more than 500,000 acres of conservation easements. GIS tools are used in nearly every aspect of land management, including mapping forest types, planning and monitoring harvesting operations, designing roads, and delineating stream buffers and rare habitat types. In addition, interagency PFAS response efforts rely on GIS data to accurately identify and map impacted areas. Currently, instability and latency within the system impact performance for staff working both in the field and in the office. Funds will be used to conduct a comprehensive health check of the current environment and application configuration, providing recommendations to enhance enterprise-level service performance. Additionally, Maine IT will engage with the ESRI vendor to perform an assessment of DACF-specific workflows, file storage locations and processes, and will use the funds to implement recommended best practice solutions. Part ZZ may be found on page 68 of the language document. This part authorizes that all limited period positions throughout state government that are scheduled to expire during June 2026 are already funded through the end of fiscal year 2026 and are proposed in this supplemental to continue in the 26-27 biennium, that they be continued until November 1, 2026. This ensures that people in these positions are not temporarily laid off between the June expiration date of their limited period position and the time the funding and authority to continue the position is finalized and in place. This concludes my testimony. I will be happy to answer any questions the committees may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Sharm, then Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Chairman Gatine. In the first part of your presentation, there's a discussion of several positions that are being continued through a date certain and so forth. And these are positions that were previously established by financial order, as I understand it, and they're being continued for various reasons. For the work session, and not necessarily just in this piece, but in other DAFs places where we have continuing positions that were previously established by financial order. I would like to know when those positions were established originally, not when they were continued the last budget, but when they were first established, because I can see that they've been continued all along. So for the work session, any of the positions that show up in your sphere, I'd like to know that for the work session. The second thing for me is for the work session as well, I'd like to understand more about the purchasing card program. I don't know what that means, and I certainly want to know more about that.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. In regards to the language part, ZZ on the bottom of page 13, and it talks about continuing the limited funded positions. Do you know about approximately how many that is?
In total through the entire supplemental? I can get that for you.
Okay. And then in regards to the, and I know we probably talked about this a little bit earlier, but overall additional new positions in the supplemental budget are how many?
I think that's, hold on one second. I think I have that right here. There are 178 positions, and I can give you a little mini breakdown. The One Beautiful Bill Act affected DHHS in a pretty substantial way. That adds 97 positions. Judicial, which did not have any positions in the biennial, 21 positions. 16 positions for the Commission on Public Defense. That's public defenders and counsel for parents in child protection cases, and 11 for the red flag law. Interestingly, in 2004, there were 14,426 positions in state government. Today, there are 14,115. And if approved, we would raise the number to 14,293, which is still less than the 2004 number.
Thank you. And I'll only remind the commissioner, I think that number was around 13,000, 2018. So we can pick and choose what years we want to talk about, but in total, that would be an approximately 1,200 additional state employees that have been added to the payrolls over the last 7 years.
Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Clark, for being here today. I've heard a lot today about giving authority to carry excessive funds in departments forward. And, we've never had to do that in the past, but yet, Secretary of State has come in, you're coming in now. I'd like to know how many current programs we have within our state or departments that are able to carry money forward. And how much are we carrying forward every year? I know it's going to be difficult because you're not sure what's left in the budget, but if you could give me an idea of what we carried forward maybe last year or the last 2 years, and then how many departments are able to do that?
How many agencies? did you say?
Agencies, thank you.
Commissioner, if I had asked you to get a list of all the accounts that carry, it would be a pretty long list, I would imagine. I'm not asking for that. I mean, it's not unusual, right? For certain accounts, like the Medicaid program, for example, carries its money across fiscal years.
It's not unusual.
Right. I had a couple questions. The language that would allow the limited period positions to continue into the next fiscal year, I think the date's sometime in November. Are each of those individual positions identified within the budget as continuing? I mean, there's money attached to all of those, right?
Yes.
And so if I went through the budget, I could see those
Yes.
positions.
Yes, some, yes. And I read one today that would continue through 27.
Mhm.
So the issue that happened is a couple of years ago. Yeah, you're aware of that.
I know I mean, the issue is
was-
you don't want to get to the end of the fiscal year and not have people available to do
Right.
the work
If
when the
there's-
money will be available. Right.
Right. If the budget is not passed
Right.
timely, it
Right.
could affect the positions.
Yep. And again, back to Representative Bleier's question, the amount of the money that's being requested to carry over, at what point, do you have an estimate at this point about what you expect to be available in that account at the end of this fiscal year? Or is that a better question for me to ask as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year?
I would say closer to the end, and I certainly don't want to guess on that.
Okay. Any other questions for the Representative Salisbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering back on page A1, the section that talks about capital construction and the improve the reserve fund, and it's requesting $2 million, correct? Are there funds currently in that budget? This is just asking for like an additional $2 million to be in that fund.
The $2 million is already in the fund. It just needs to be allocated. Otherwise, we would have to bring forward financial orders to actually spend the money. So this just allows us to spend the money. It's not an ask for additional funding.
It's already been allocated, just, okay. All right, thank you for that.
Any other questions for the Commissioner? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
And before we go to public comment, I think the Secretary of State, just my understanding is just has one initiative in her piece, and it's going to be very quick, is my understanding. So I'm going to let her present that.
Thank
Hello
you.
again.
And good afternoon, Representative Gatine, Representative Salisbury, distinguished members of the committee. I do have just one initiative, and it is just housekeeping. Members of the Appropriations Committee saw the inverse initiative in the budget for Program 0692. This is on page A114. And what it simply does is it's net zero funding. It simply moves the executive director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women out from under the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions program into a distinct and separate program, because the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women has nothing to do with elections or corporations.
Right.
That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions.
So earlier today, you testified about the moving out, and this is the sister to that moves the money in.
That's right. So you need both.
Yep.
But it has a net zero impact, and it'll make for good accounting.
Thank you. Any questions for the Secretary of State? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move to public testimony. We've got a handful of people here signed up to testify. I'm going to go in order that you've signed up. We're going to start with Stephanie Perry. And again, folks, I'm going to run a 3-minute clock. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Perry. Thank you so much, Senator Rotundo. I apologize if I butchered that. Representative Gattine, members of the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Stephanie Perry. I am here testifying on my own time. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us who work at the state of Maine as you consider how to prioritize spending the state surplus budget. I am proudly employed with the Department of Health and Human Services Office for Family Independence and represent the MSCA SEIU Local 1989 Capital Western Chapter. I am asking for the state of Maine to add $56 million to our salary budget from the current budget surplus amount of $250 million. Our goal is to close the pay gap for state workers by funding fair wages for all employees. This money would be a tremendous help. I would like to start by saying one obvious notion. No one works for the state of Maine to become rich or wealthy. Every colleague I've had in my 3 roles with the state of Maine has joined the workforce to earn an honest living and support their local communities. Utilizing these surplus funds to allow for fair wage increases will automatically improve the services we provide to Mainers. I'm an eligibility specialist in the long-term care unit of Portland, Maine. We have seen great turnover and hiring challenges due to low starting wages and inflation. Did you know that some people in my department, state workers, qualify for the state benefits that they administer? This is the reality for executive branch workers across the state of Maine. This is not okay, and we need your help. Increasing pay means increasing retention. More retention and staff means that the most vulnerable populations will not have to wait for critical services and care, such as nursing facility benefits that I administer or SNAP benefits. Better worker retention means food on the tables of Mainers who will wait and go hungry. It means faster care for those who are stuck in their homes with critical illnesses such as dementia. We do our best to work as quickly as possible, but understaffed departments will continue to struggle and take additional time to complete responsibilities that directly benefit the Maine people. This is preventative, and you can help. This is the same for public safety workers and the BMV trying to serve the line that wraps around the building each morning at 7, if you've seen that. I ask that you consider the good that will be done for all of us, for all of your constituents, by restoring our salary plan in this budget. I ask you to consider the improvements in quality of life for state employees if their pay increases to a livable wage. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Morgan Dutton, Kelly Smith, Lindsay Harford, and Jessica Netto. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Representative Gattine, Representative Salzberg, members of the committees. My name is Morgan Dunton, and I'm a resident of Rockland. And until recently, I was employed by the Maine Department of Education. I'm a 21-year veteran. I'm here today to urge the committee to prioritize using a portion of Maine's projected $248 million revenue surplus to finally close the 14% state employee pay gap and provide necessary resources to resolve the current bargaining impasse with MSCA. I am quite concerned that you are reducing the salary plan plan, raising the attrition rate. This will decisively have negative impact on my peers. There are state workers who qualify for SNAP, for main care, as we've heard. There are state workers who are relying on heating assistance. These folks have been working multiple jobs to make ends meet while serving the people of this state with utter exhaustion. Many give up and leave Maine altogether. Once upon a time, the state of Maine was the most desired employer in the state of Maine. Salary, benefits, and working conditions were sufficient to both attract and retain committed employees like me. But that is just not the case anymore. The pay scale is woefully lacking, benefits are not keeping pace either, and working conditions are often far more desirable elsewhere. I can attest to that. Our state agencies need dedicated workers who stay in their agencies and in their positions long enough to develop expert knowledge of how the agency works and to build a relationship with stakeholders that engenders confidence in times of crisis or need. This was never more evident than in 2020. As the English language arts specialist for the state of Maine for 16 years, I had name recognition across the state and trust fueled by confidence in my knowledge and my professional skills. When schools shuttered, I began meeting daily with teachers to assure them that we could rise to the challenge. I listened to their needs, planned professional learning activities to meet each of those needs, and inspired confidence in our collective ability to do what our students needed. My experience, my skill, and my commitment provided the calming presence most needed in that moment. I am the exception and not the norm. For too many, state work is a stepping stone to a better situation. State employment is no longer competitive enough to inspire career commitment, nor one that allows workers in their 20s, 30s, and 40s to afford a home and financially support their families. For our agencies to thrive and our state programs to succeed, we need to make state employment more competitive and more desirable as a long-term career commitment. Please close the pay gap. You have the funds to do that right now. You have the ability to make a difference and show our state workers that you appreciate the work that they do, and assure our Maine citizens that the programs they count on will be accessible, effective, and available. Use the surplus to set the record straight. All of Maine will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fredette.
Hi, thank you for coming. And I've always appreciated the work of our civil servants. I mean, I think in terms of setting the numbers and what they do, it's what we do, but the hard work really gets done by our civil servants. So in asking my question, and I served on this committee and previously in the legislature from 2010 to 18, I remember that we had bargaining agreements that were worked. And I think, in fact, I think there were pay raises in some of those bargaining agreements. So just remind me, is there a number of bargaining agreements right now that haven't been negotiated?
Oh, yes, we're far out of agreement, far past the biggest one, the executive branch bargaining, yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to sort of, you had indicated, I think in your testimony, I think you said there was $56 million that was taken away. It says you came around and voted to take away $56 million from the salary plan by raising the attrition rate, right?
Right.
All right. And you understand that when you say you, the legislature, I mean, those budgets were not necessarily bipartisan budgets. Is that, would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Kelly Smith.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. Excuse me. Representative Gatine, Representative Salisbury, and members of the committees. My name is Kelly Smith. I am here on my own time today to testify and to urge you to restore that $56 million that was removed from our state salary plan last year as part of this supplemental budget. Executive branch employees are the people who keep Maine running. We process benefits, collect revenue, support public safety, maintain IT systems, operate our agencies, and serve the public in every corner of our state. Excuse me. When the salary plan is shortened, it doesn't just affect the employees, it affects the services that Mainers rely on. For the last 8 months, we have been working without a contract, while the Mills administration continues to point to not enough money as the reason for offering insulting increases that doesn't keep up with the cost of living. Meanwhile, groceries, electricity, heating fuel, rent, and car repairs keep climbing. Employees are making impossible choices, taking on extra work and falling behind. Not because we're irresponsible, but because our pay is not keeping pace with reality. At the same time, the workforce is stretched thin. Vacancies are everywhere. When a position sits empty, the work doesn't disappear. It gets piled onto the employees who remain. Excuse me. That means higher workloads, longer backlogs, more stress, less time to train new staff, and less ability to deliver timely, accurate services. It is not sustainable, and it's not fair to the public or to the employees who are holding the system together. Restoring this $56 million to the salary plan is a concrete step you can take now to stop the state government run on vacancies and burnout. The signal, excuse me, it signals that Maine is serious about recruiting and retaining the skilled workforce that is needed to keep our services reliable, responsive, and strong. So my question to you is simple. Will you help ensure our beautiful home state continues to run better, not more stretched, by supporting the people who keep Maine open every day? Please restore the $56 million to the state salary plan and invest in these employees who make government work. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lindsay Harford.
Greetings, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and other committee members. My name is Lindsay Noel Harford, and I'm here testifying on my personal time. I worked actually just across the river over in the Department of Marine Resources Licensing Division. I'm also a member of the executive branch bargaining team. I've been aware for a long time of the fight Maine is making to avoid paying us the wage increases we deserve. I'm here because the state employees' pay gap issue is deeply important, and it's been too long ignored. And my voice can no longer stay silent. Tonight, I would normally be spending time with my community, learning and sharing new skills, but I'm here because I am sick and tired of being undervalued as a state employee and seeing my salary plan and my retirement plan being underfunded year after year. Why am I compelled to speak now after being silent after several years of state service? This legislature diverted $56 million away from the state employees' salary plan in 2025. Funds no longer available to use for essential salary increases. Enough is enough. This affects me and my fellow state employees, which means essentially it affects everyone in this room and across the state of Maine. Periodic increases in salary rates help Maine stay competitive and maintain its workforce. When you keep pace with inflation, you equip your state employees with the support they need to ensure they can afford health care, able to buy weekly groceries, and keep a roof over their heads, all without leaving them short of funds at the end of every month. If people's basic needs are met, they can set aside for emergencies, their future, and for retirement. When you take away the very fund that fuels that security, you inject uncertainty, fear, and upheaval. To routinely scrape money out of our salary plan over the years without putting any back is a disservice to all the loyal Maine state government employees who ensure our government, your government, and services to the public move as smoothly as possible. Without us, your government does not function. As a lifelong Mainer, I'm sure I speak for many of my fellow employees that we work with dedication and loyalty. We take pride of place and we value our way of life, the Maine way of life. If we keep going like this and being denied fair wage increases, the workforce will suffer more than it already has. I have friends who move away, leaving state jobs because they can't make a living wage in Maine. My daughter, now a high school senior making college classes, is planning to leave Maine for employment opportunities. If you want the government to continue to work smoothly, you want happy and financially secure employees. We have gone far too long being underpaid and undervalued. Please restore the $56 million in funds set aside for these essential salary increases to the executive branch salary plan. Consider the use of these funds from the $250 million surplus for this long unaddressed issue. Treat us fairly and give us financial stability. Pave the way for Maine to grow more and flourish. Send the message that Maine supports its workforce. What you decide will speak volumes. Please speak loudly in support of giving us our money back to fund a fair contract. And we are approaching 9 months with an expired contract. Invest in us and invest in Maine.
Thank you. Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, it may be for the work session, either from the chair or maybe from the commissioner. I keep hearing the $56 million number from the 2025. And I guess it sounds like you just said that you had 9 months without a contract.
And that's been previously stated, yes.
So I assume at some point in time, I mean, there becomes a contract, and I'm assuming the longer that there's time that goes by due to inflation and whatnot, that $56 million is going to become a bigger number. And so maybe that's a question for the commissioner. In order to, if there's not a contract and there's going to be negotiations at some point in time, it sounds to me like there's a hole. Is it, Mr. Chair? And so I guess what I'm trying to get at, again, we can talk about this in the work session, then maybe with the commissioner, and I don't mind talking offline. But I guess what I'm trying to find out is if we've underfunded positions in state government. That's a different way of interpreting what you've said, is that they took $56 million away from the plan through the attrition number, correct?
My understanding is that funds have been siphoned away from that $56 million fund due to other budget shortfalls in other places.
Correct.
And
so,
not been replaced.
So my question, I guess, for the commissioner who's in back of you and or the chair, the work session, when we talk about the budget, I'd like to get some sense for, assuming at some point in time that if that number gets corrected, it's going to require a cost. My guess it's going to be more than $56 million because there's going to be inflation added to that. And I guess my question for the chair and the commissioner would be for the work session is if we were to have that $60 million theoretically back in the budget, that would add to the baseline. And I want to know that if that in fact would be in addition to the baseline. So by taking this number out, it reduces what theoretically could be the baseline. And so that's what I want to talk about as we get a little bit further down the road is this $56 million money that we anticipate coming back in at some point in time? And by not having it in there, is that number not adding to the baseline, but frankly, it's fictitious because it's going to go back in sooner or later. And that then would add to the structural gap. That's what I'm trying to get at,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. If Commissioner, you understand what I'm asking?
So I think there's other information that we probably would be helpful to both committees, and maybe OFPR could work with DAFs to get this information. So there's the money that became available when we did a one-time change in the attrition rate from the statutory rate to wherever we landed last year. I think it would also be helpful for the committees to have the amount of money that was available in the salary plan that the legislature did make available for negotiations, and maybe get an update. Obviously, we're not asking for the sharing of information that would be inappropriate to be shared because there are negotiations, but it would be interesting to know what the status is of the contracts, because my understanding is that we did make a large amount, well, we did make funds available from the salary plan to be used in negotiations. And I'd like to know what the status is of you know, what the status is of that currently. Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You probably said that more articulately than
I don't know about that.
what I was intending. And again, what I want to make clear is in as part of that conversation, two things. One is, was the attrition rate only changed for 1 year, 2 years, or is it ongoing? And then the second question being, by not having that $56 million included in the biennial budget, is that something that, if it were included in the supplemental budget? So this is my specific question. If we were to include the $56 million in the supplemental budget, I'm assuming that that would add to the baseline. And that's what I'm sort of trying to get at here is there some sort of structural gap we're not truly measuring here? So that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Yep. And maybe at some point we'll have a more complete conversation about the attrition rate, how it works, and how it impacts future budgets and the availability of money for future contracts. So none of those were questions directed towards you. I hope you found that very interesting. It looks like Representative Salisbury does have a question though.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's directed at you, so sorry about that. But I was wondering how many employees are in the executive branch?
Oh, goodness, you would ask that.
I know, sorry.
I don't have my paperwork in front of me from the bargaining team.
I'm sure somebody will be able to tell me, but thank you. I'll just throw that out there for whoever maybe is coming after you. Thank you.
And again, I guess while we're accumulating information, my understanding is that one of the ways that money accumulates in the salary plan is based upon vacancy rates. So I would like to know, maybe at some point during the work session, what the current vacancy rate is, especially relative to where it was last year when we were making those decisions.
That's fair.
And that's, again, not really directed towards you. It's really directed towards
I'm just agreeing.
not partisan staff and Commissioner Clark. All right. Thank you very much for being here today.
Of course, not a problem.
Jessica Neto, Jean Bilodeau, and Mark Brunton. And then we only have a couple more after that. And it looks like we'd have some people on Zoom also. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Nato, and I'm testifying here on my own time. I'm here to highlight how LD 2212, as proposed, falls short to provide necessary funding to address many unmet needs within the state government workforce. Since August 2022, I've served as an environmental specialist 3 in the sustainability unit within the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management at the Department of Environmental Protection. In my current role, I'm assigned to implement the stewardship program for packaging, a waste reduction initiative intended to help address Maine's limited waste disposal capacity. Prior to joining state service, I worked nearly 8 years as a public school chemistry teacher. For much of my time in this role, I have conducted formal rulemaking under the Maine Administrative Procedure Act, along with additional informal rulemaking and regulatory development, which I co-lead with another environmental specialist 3. This role also includes participation in proceedings before the Board of Environmental Protection, as well as significant regulatory coordination and public engagement across multiple industries. These responsibilities reflect a high level of regulatory and programmatic accountability. The classification and the compensation structure has not kept pace with the scope and the complexity of the responsibilities assigned. This misalignment contributes to pay compression and creates long-term retention risk within the department. As the state continues to advance comprehensive environmental initiatives, alignment between responsibility and compensation is essential for retaining experienced staff and ensuring continuity in regulatory implementation. I respectfully urge the committee to make meaningful progress towards closing the state employee pay gap and ensuring that compensation accurately reflects the work being performed. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jean Billadou, and I'm here to read testimony on behalf of Natalie Owens, who works for the Department of Education.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Natalie Owens wrote, "My name is Natalie Owens, and I'm here to urge you to use the state government surplus to return funds to the state employee salary plan. By doing so, the state will have the ability to more adequately invest in and lift up our support staff at the Department of Education. Right now, we are asking highly trained leaders to do clerical work, not because they lack commitment, but because we lack adequate support staffing. When support roles only pay $18 to $19 an hour, we simply cannot attract or retain the level of skilled work demands. As a result, the work does not disappear, it shifts upward. In my own experience, I have watched directors answer phones, process invoices, manage scheduling logistics, and handle routine administrative tasks. This is not a matter of pride or work ethic. Our leaders are deeply committed. But it is a matter of efficiency. It is the difference between working harder and working smarter. Our directors and upper managers at the Department of Education are at the peak of their professions. Many hold master's degrees and doctorates. They are innovative, strategic thinkers who are passionate about improving outcomes for students and communities. Yet too often they spend large portions of their day on minutiae that trained support professionals should be handling. When we underpay support staff, we do not save money. We misallocate talent. We diminish organizational effectiveness. We limit the impact of the very leaders who have worked so hard to recruit and develop. And the state of Maine offers wages that allow support staff to support a family, wages that reflect the responsibility and complexity of the work. We will attract and retain capable professionals. That investment will pay dividends immediately. Directors and managers will be freed to lead, to innovate, to focus on strategic priorities rather than administrative backlogs. This is not simply a compensation issue. It is a workforce strategy issue. It is an efficiency issue, and ultimately a leadership issue. By lifting up our support staff, you strengthen the entire system. Please work to return the money to our salary plan with a budget surplus. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that testimony. Any questions? Representative Fredette.
This is just a question for the chair. It's my understanding that the current supplemental budget does not include the money in it. Is that correct?
It does not propose any change to the attrition rate, the one-time change in the attrition rate that we made last year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Mark Brunton.
Thank you, Representative Gattine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Representative Salisbury, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. I'm Mark Brunton, President of Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of SEIU, and we're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers.
Thank you.
I do have some information about the number of positions that was just passed to me. In November of 2024, according to the state, there were 10,278 positions in the executive branch. So we're here today, as you've heard, to express our disappointment that LD 2212 fails to make any progress in closing the state employee pay gap. We respectfully call on you to do the right thing and include funding in LD 2212 to help close the pay gap. As you've heard, in the 132nd Maine legislature and the Mills administration diverted $56 million away from the salary plan by raising the attrition rate. This raid on the salary plan wasn't a one-time occurrence. Throughout the entirety of the Mills administration, the legislature has diverted money away from the salary plan under the veil of raising the attrition rate, as well as allocating funds from vacancy savings for capital improvements. Members of MSEA who work for the executive branch have had enough of hearing that there is no funding to solve the persistent recruitment and retention challenges or to address the state employee pay gap, while at the same time seeing the funding from the vacancies used to solve other problems. The overwhelming reason for these vacancies is the lack of competitive compensation compared to similar jobs in municipalities and other state governments in New England and in the private sector. Maine's public services are unraveling, and the people of Maine are paying the price. That's why we respectfully ask this committee to restore the 56 million taken from the salary plan last year and to do so as part of the deliberations on LD 2212. I'm trying not to repeat previously stated information.
Appreciate that.
In December, our bargaining team representing 9,000 state workers declared impasse and sought assistance from the Maine Labor Relations Board through a fact-finding process because the administration offered paltry raises that won't even keep up with inflation. Never mind make any movement on closing the pay gap. The state's reliance on low wages is all the more risky and insulting as many state workers face dangerous and traumatic conditions every day. Caseworkers, 911 dispatchers, transportation workers, firefighters, and psychiatric nurses. Folks who witness society's hardest moments to protect the most vulnerable, often at great personal risk. The recent deaths of our union brothers in DOT have made these dangers painfully clear. As the president of MSEA SEIU Local 1989, I hear the stories not only from our members, but also from their families. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brunton. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Stephen, is it Kuhn? Keaton, Stephen Keaton. Sorry. Yep, I see that now. And then Jonathan Brown. And that's everyone I believe that we have signed up in the room. And then we've got a couple people on Zoom. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Keaton. I appreciate having the chance to talk to committee members here today. I'm reading testimony from some people that wasn't able to make it today. So I myself have been retired for 15 years, but I remember what it was like with low pay back then. We are the men and women who build and maintain this state. We are the ones on the highways before sunrise, under bridges, in freezing rain, on scaffolding in the summer heat when the asphalt sticks to our boots. We pour the concrete, weld the steel, repair the roads, and keep the infrastructures standing so that everyone else can safely get to work, school, and home and to their families. We are proud of what we do. We are proud that when storms hit, we show up. When something collapses, we rebuild it. When deadlines seem impossible, we work the extra hours to meet them. Many of us log 250 or more hours of overtime every season, not because we want to live at work, but because we have to. Despite the long hours, despite the physical toll on our bodies, despite missing birthdays, ball games, anniversaries, and family dinners, too many of us still living paycheck to paycheck. Every day on the job site, the same conversations happen. Did you see a grocery bill this week? My rent went up again. I had to put the heating bill on my credit card. I don't know how I'm going to afford my kids' braces. These aren't stories from people who don't work hard. These are stories from people who work 50, 60, sometimes 70 hours a week. We are not asking for luxury. We are asking for stability. We are asking to be able to pay our bills without panic, to fill our gas tanks without calculating what will bounce, to buy groceries without putting items back at the register, to take care of our families without sacrificing our health and every working hour of our lives, The cost of living keeps rising. Food, housing, utilities, healthcare, everything, but our wages are not keeping up. The gap between what we earn and what it takes to live grows wider every year. The truth is, this job takes a toll. Our backs ache, our knees give out. Our shoulders carry years of wear and tear. We work through injuries because the work has to get done. And we do it willingly because we believe in the importance of what we build. But dedication should not mean desperation. Working overtime used to mean getting ahead. Now it just means keeping up. And even with 250 plus overtime hours, many of us are barely staying afloat. We are the backbone of this state's infrastructure. Without our labor, projects stop, roads go unrepaired. Public works stall, communities suffer. We take pride in knowing that what we build lasts for generations. All we are asking is that our livelihoods last too. We want to continue doing this work with pride, not with constant financial anxiety. I want to retire one day with dignity. We want our families to feel secure, not stressed every time the mail arrives. This isn't just about numbers on a contract. It's about people. It's about families. It's about fairness. We are not disposable. We are asking for special treatment. We are not asking for special treatment. We're asking for compensation that reflects the reality of today's cost of living and the value of the work we perform every single day. We show up, we put in our hours, we carry the state on our backs. All we're asking is for the chance to stand on solid ground ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Any questions? Representative Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. And I appreciate all that you've done in your lifetime and what the state workers do today. My question is, and you may not be able to answer this, but I'm curious. The average wage now is what, $60,000, $70,000 a year, and a living wage is what? You know, what's a living wage is what I'd like to know.
I think someone more experienced than me should be answering that.
Okay, thank you.
I can say from a personal experience, I retired back in 2011 due to some of the things the LePage administration was doing to people at the time. And 2 years before that, I got a step up in my pay through an FGA that was filed, went through an arbitrator. Then after that, I got that pretty good raise. I was still about 25% less than what the people that did the same job as I did in New Hampshire and Vermont. And that was a healthcare financial analyst working with the certificate of need program. That was after I got a pretty good bump in pay. So, you know, people hurt out there. People are hurting. I mean, I knock on a lot of doors. I see how our people live. And in some places it's hard to watch.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Jonathan Brown. He's subbing in for you?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good evening, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Representative Salisbury. My name is Paul Josephson. I'm from Auburn. I'm here tonight to support Maine Service Employees Association and their members, and I'm a proud member myself. Asked that I could read testimony from a union brother that's being passed around. In his words, my name is Chris Seegers. I'm writing this testimony in my own personal time. I'm testifying against LD 2212, excuse me, as it fails to restore much needed resources to the executive branch personal services budget. The budget takes a step back away from closing the longstanding employee excuse me, is any water around here? The pay gap must be closed to support the essential services of the state of Maine that we provide to the public. I've been working for 7 years with the BMV. I also serve on the board of directors of the union, which represents nearly 10,000 workers in the executive branch. We've never been fully staffed. Is there any water available? My work site in Augusta is riddled with vacancies. The turnover rate is astronomical. And starting wages are at super low at $17.30 per hour. Folks are coming for interviews, but after they learn about the pay, they decline the position. Others accept the position thinking they can make it work, but then they can't, and they have to leave shortly after. People think they can work for 17 an hour, which is okay for some young folks, but not when you're a parent trying to raise a family. This pay is not feasible. I pay $218 per pay period to cover my son on health insurance, which is a dramatic increase over the last year. Thank you. It all boils down to pay, the economy, and how people live. The days of buying a good home for $50,000 are over. Working for the state is not appealing anymore. The vacancies across state government prove that. I'm going to skip forward a little bit. People are happier at work when they're not living paycheck to paycheck. I understand most state workers are in that position. For working for the state of Maine, we should not have to get a second job. No state worker should qualify for state assistance. The fact that the state of Maine has employees who do qualify for state assistance due to low wages, that is absolutely disgusting. With this fixed, you'll get better work, and workers are happy, they're going to deliver better work, and the public will benefit. When you pay the bare minimum, you get the bare minimum. When we pay right, workers will want to stay. We need to develop the institutional knowledge. The knowledge builds up quality and efficiency of work. This can be achieved by making sure the executive branch can afford to pay us fair living wages. I respectfully ask all of you to make this possible and make significant progress to put this issue behind us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for the water.
Yeah. Thank you, my Linda. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for being here today and for reading that.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room that wants to testify on behalf of any of the portions of the budget we've heard with the State and Local Government Committee this afternoon?
So you've already heard from me. There was a question that you brought, Mr. Chair, about the average income for an employee, and I'm happy to divulge my own poverty if that would give you a better idea of that, or if I'm out of
We
order.
don't usually take somebody who's already testified.
Already
but
testified.
But if you just want to provide that information quickly, that'd be great.
Yeah, so in my department, I'm at the step 9, which is the highest amount, and my gross income is $55,000. That is considered high in my field. So my best guess with a new to the state of Maine employee would be roughly around anywhere from $36,000 to $40,000, truthfully. Now I am in a pro tech position, but there are higher earners amongst the state of Maine, but I think 60 to, I think it was said 70 grand is quite high and generous. We earn a lot less than that. I just thought I would clarify. No one had addressed that, so I apologize for speaking again, but that's my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Linda, do we have anybody on Zoom? 3 people?
I'm probably going to briefly say something before I leave.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Russell. I'm from West Garden, Maine. I work for the Department of Health and Human Services since 2011. I've been in here since 2011, asking for the same thing. And I want all you guys sitting right here, just look at yourselves, turn around to the person next to you. We're not asking for this money for ourselves. We're asking it for you. Because the services that we provide, make sure that you can sit here. We put you here. We're asking you to help us. And every year I've come here, I've said the same thing. I have to put my kids through school. I can't afford where I live. And I make sure every day when I go to work, the person who calls me, I make sure when I'm done, I've helped them. The kids are going to school, they're fed, they have the necessary services that they need. And that's what I need. I want everyone in this room to make sure that you're not giving us $56,000. You're giving the state of Maine and the people in the state of Maine $56,000. You're making it so that we can help them. get the services that they need so we can grow and be a prosperous state. I've always said, like, when I moved to Maine, it says this is vacation land. And since 2011, I've not been on a vacation. I can't enjoy the outdoors. I can't enjoy the services that the state offers because I am working 2 jobs. And so today, I'm going to leave, just ask you guys, take a look at yourself. Like someone said earlier, when you go to work, we had a storm yesterday. We had our snow fighters out there. It was dangerous, right? When you go to the store and get your coffee, the services that we provide, make sure those people are there working. When you send your kid off to daycare, the services that we provide, because I work in the TANF unit, the services that we provide, make sure those people are there taking care of your children. Your elderly parents in the nursing home, we help those people so that they can go to work. So everyone benefits from this. And I want everyone to just take a look into yourself and says, how can I make this better? Not just for the people of MACA, our state workers, but for ourselves and for the state of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, so we have 3 on Zoom. The closed captioning says good morning. I don't know that. Must be an AI thing. Good afternoon. Ms. Karen, if you unmute, you can start. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great, thank you. Senator Rotundo, and sorry with pronunciation, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Jess Karen, and I'm here on my own time to speak about these chronic staffing issues and the employee pay gap for Maine's executive branch workers, and why I'm asking your committees to ensure the money taken away from that salary plan is restored. So that way the Mills administration can afford adequate investments in the state employee workforce in LD 2212. I'm writing also to urge you guys to take a stand to address decades of underpaying state employees. Now is the time to use that $250 million surplus funding to address this dire issue. Low pay has led to issues of severe turnover that has caused severe disruptions to our schools, especially rural schools with minimal staffing. In my 5 years at the Maine Department of Education, I've worked with 4 different accountants in the General Government Service Center, each who have all moved on for higher paying positions. The learning curve is steep in these technical roles, and the constant transition means more strain on our workers and the public service itself that's just limping along slowly with a decrease in quality. I've tried to recruit friends, successful peers in other industries to government work. However, when they look at the salaries, the 30K pay cuts make applying not a realistic option for them. Please help the workers of Maine and show your support through your actions. Please return the $56 million of funds set aside for those essential salary increases to the executive branch salary plan. We deserve a fair contract, we deserve competitive wages, and we deserve to be invested in to ensure we are fully staffed. If this legislature does not take action, our wages will continue to fall behind the cost of living. With your leadership and choice to take action on this request, you will show true support for the state workers that all Mainers rely on. The workers are united on this, so please take the time to hear our concerns. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate your leadership in the public sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much for being here this evening. So next on my list, I have Trudy Newcomb.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I'm Trudy Newcomb. I'm the principal of Edmonds Consolidated School, which is part of the Unorganized Territories schools under the Department of Education in the state of Maine. I'm here on my own time to talk about the chronic staffing issues and the employee pay gap for Maine's executive branch workers that is gone unaddressed in LD 2212. 2212 and how it is impacting hiring and retention in the schools under the state of Maine Department of Education. Just as an example, this is my 13th year working for the EUT, and I am the most senior member of the admin team at the district. There's been 3 changes in principals at the other 2 schools in the EUT. There's been 3 directors changed since I was hired in 2012. I've witnessed year after year turnover in staffing, and the impact that that has on teachers, other staff, students, and most importantly, and my biggest concern, on teaching and learning. The turnover we've had in the Augusta office is very hard to replace. Working in the EUT within the state of Maine, we're kind of an entity that floats between the state, but is connected to the state. And to make those connections is not a direct line. When we lose that experience, we lose the ability to function at the very basic level. This year, we've lost 2 positions, and for about 4 months, I was unable to purchase anything at the school, basically, because we didn't have the people available that could serve that purpose. Another example of the impact of hiring or retention in my school. This is not uncommon, but it is an more detailed example. Last year in June, I left the school happy for the first time in my 13 years as principal that I was fully staffed for August. We had all of our positions advertised and we had people in those positions. And the week before school started in August, I had 4 people resign or not come to work. It takes a long time to hire within the state. Openings often take 6 to 8 weeks at minimum to fill. I was fortunate and had a couple of retired teachers or retired employees show up, and they were able to be onboarded quickly for the special ed position and the bus driver. But I have 2 teaching positions that were only just filled last week, actually. They've been advertised since August of last year with no applicants. In between last August and now, I also had a custodian leave for a higher paying position down the road. And the benefits and the pay that are pulling people away from me, I can't compete with. Hourly staff in the EUT are seasonal or either part-time or seasonal or full-time seasonal employees. They lose their benefits in the summertime when the schools are closed, and they often have to have a second job to do that. Any other school in the state of Maine, an employee that is hourly can have their pay spread out over the year, annuitized. We're not able to do that. I am right now, for the first time all year, almost fully staffed. I have 1 custodian position that's still open. I returned today from the snowstorm yesterday for the first time after February break to a full house. That was exciting, and I should have been very excited, but I know it's going to change. In August or the end of this school year, other schools will start advertising, and the people that I have been fortunate enough to hire mid-year will apply for other positions. It's happened year after year after year. It's not fair to students. I know other people have spoke here today about retention and the loss of knowledge. My school has become a revolving door. I have excited applicants with lots of talent come into my school, and the one thing we can offer is lots of training. And they get lots of training, and then they leave me for another higher paying school that has better benefits. I can't compete with that. And the people that are losing out are my students and their families. And that's heartbreaking to me. The state of Maine used to be a
Ms.
position.
Newcomb, we are running a 3-minute clock, and
Okay.
if you could just wrap up your
Yep.
testimony, summarize the rest, that'd be great.
Yeah. I hope that you support the reinstatement of that $56 million towards salaries, because the state of Maine has become a revolving door for training new employees for the outside world to get better paying jobs. and that's a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you very much for testifying this afternoon. Oh, you have a question, Representative Blair? Yeah, very good, of course.
Just for clarity for the commissioner, the governor has not put in the $56 million for pay raises, but has put in $70 million for affordable housing. I'd like to know how much housing or how many of the state workers are receiving some of the benefits of this 70 million that she's allocating for housing. Could she Commissioner, get me an answer on that? Thank you.
Any other questions? Hi, Linda. Anybody else on Zoom?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. We can't see you, but I can hear you. So are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you can. You're not on video, but you can start your testimony whenever you're ready.
My apologies, Chairman. I'm Thomas Frank out of the DOT. I have the honor of sharing written testimony from an employee of the executive branch, Paul Caruso. Would like to speak about chronic staffing issues and the employee pay gap for executive branch workers, and asks that we collectively dedicate budget surplus to the salary plan in LD 2212. He's a programmer for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and he witnesses and experiences the impacts of understaffing and the state employee pay gap. He believes that this budget surplus can address these issues and ensure that the state can properly provide high quality health care under its main care program. Prior to his position with the state, he was a grateful recipient of main care services. He is proud not to work for the state, but wishes for the program to be in a better position. We would love to see a main care program adequately staffed and compensated so that Mainers can rely on this health care when it's needed. These committees can work to better support improvements to main care services by restoring the $56 million that was taken out of the state employee salary in the most recent biennial budget. The current surplus offers a pathway to make right by state workers and the public that we serve. According to the U.S. Bureaus of Labor Statistics, Occupational Employment and Wage Statistics for Portland and South Portland as of May 2024, as a computer programmer makes an annual median wage of $119,240. Living in Portland with the same job title, I am compensated Paul is compensated at about half of that, and he is not he does not find it fair, to say the least, nor attractive to talent, and he spends weekends working a part-time job as an on-call parking garage attendant for the city of Portland to help afford his living costs. We are passionate about what we do for people. And it would be very easy for individuals like Paul to accept an offer and take labor elsewhere. We want to catch good talent and recruit that for the main care program by investing the executive branch workers. Using the surplus to help close the state employee pay gap is in the best interest of the program and our neighbors who rely on it. And the main care program is not the only critical service provided by passionate but understaffed and underpaid executive branch workers. Continuing to ignore these issues by failing to incorporate the budget surplus into the state employee personnel services budget will harm executive branch workers, damage the services they provide, and would be a failure to the Mainers that rely on these critical workers and services. And we ask that you and the committee please support dedicating the budget surplus to executive branch workers, salary plan in LD 2212. And I apologize for the run on And am a snow fighter, and I plowed 20 hours yesterday, got 3 hours of sleep, and I just wanted to be able to sleep tonight, knowing that I was able to contribute to this effort.
Well, thank
So
you.
thank you so much, and
Well-
have a good evening.
Well, thank you for all you did every day, but especially yesterday for the people in Maine. Very much appreciated. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Anybody else on Zoom, by Linda? Okay, anybody else in the room who has not had the opportunity to testify that wants to testify? Okay, so I'm going to close this part of the public hearing. Want to thank our colleagues from state and local government for joining us this afternoon. Looking forward to your report back. AFA committee, we are back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Senator Rotundo, anything you want to say before we close? All right, so we'll see folks tomorrow.